All right, good morning. This is Susie Clifton with ERCOT. We're going to go ahead and get started with today's special TAC meeting. If I could ask those in the room to please find your seats. And while they're doing that quickly for us, I will go ahead and go through the meeting reminders. If you are here in the meeting room, we are using the chat to queue for motions or discussions. So you have two options. You can hold up your card, and Elizabeth is here in the right-hand corner of the room. She will enter you into the chat, or you may enter yourself into the chat. Similarly, those on the WebEx, you will need to enter yourself. Please wait for the chair to recognize you before you begin speaking. And if you are on the WebEx, when we come to a vote, if you are a seated representative, we ask that you please unmute yourself as we approach your segment. And then after you have cast your vote, return to the mute function, and that will help us be efficient when we come to that process. And then if you're here today, please make sure you sign in. Outside the meeting room, there is a sign-in sheet, and that way we can capture you correctly. And then if the WebEx ends for any reason, please give us just a few moments, and the WebEx will be restarted, and you should be able to use the same meeting information, or we will send something to the to the TAC listserv. Also, if you are commenting today and you are on the WebEx, when you begin speaking, please remember to state your name, your full name, and your company name. And with that, Caitlin, we have a quorum and are ready to begin when you are.
Okay. Thanks, Susie. Good morning. It's May 13th. This is a special May TAC meeting. The antitrust is on the screen. To avoid raising concerns with antitrust liability, participants in ERCOT activities should refrain from proposing any action or measure that would exceed ERCOT's authority under federal or state law, and there's more information on the website. So for the agenda today, we are going to cover the PRS report from May PRS, which was held last week. We'll hopefully finish that in about an hour or an hour and a half, and then we will turn our attention to the batch zero PGR. Hopefully get about an hour of work done on the batch zero PGR before lunch. Ideally, time for ERCOT to go through their latest comments and have questions on that. And then after lunch, we did previously identify several topics from Ross where there were a number of people who had questions about that topic. And so maybe spend about 20 minutes on each of those topics. If anybody wants to speak about their comments, they can do so after that. And then sort of take temperatures from there on what may still need to be left to be accomplished, or if we're ready to take a vote. Sound good? Okay. Alt reps and proxies today. In the cooperative segment, Mike Wise from Golden Spread has alt rep Jodan Wilson. Hi, Jodan. In the IREP segment, Jay Harpel has given his proxy to Bill Barnes at 3 p.m. And then in the municipal segment, David Key has alt rep Diana Coleman. We are now on to the theme of the month, and it was supposed to be consumers, but I heard there may have been a caucus. There's no caucus.
Thank you, fabulous chair. For the theme of the day, we're going back to basics.
Okay.
No song lyrics, no poetry, no Mad Libs, but topical. The theme of the day is closure.
Oh. Okay. The ironic thing is there's 2 May meetings, so we're going to do the topic of closure twice. But I do like that.
There is nothing in the theme of the day that prohibits that.
All right. All that said, let's get started. So we are kind of have an abbreviated agenda. We'll do the minutes at the next regular TAC meeting. No board or PUC open meeting updates for this meeting. Staff, did sometimes Sarika add something here? Would you guys like to add something?
No, I don't have anything today.
Okay, perfect. So we are on to our review of revision request summaries, ERCOT market impact statements, and opinions, and I will turn it over to Ann.
All right, so we have 9 revision requests for TAC consideration this month. There are 5 that are in that general system process improvement category, 2 with Strategic Plan Objective 1 and 2 with Strategic Plan Objective 2. For impacts of note, so 1264 does have a 150 to 200K impact, 1307, 200 to 300K impact, and then PGR145. That revised agenda, I think, came out yesterday. There is a 300 to 400K impact, and then a 3.6 to 4.5 million annual recurring O&M impact. ERCOT does support approval of all of the revision requests and have provided positive market impact statements, no credit implications for the NPRRs. And then the IMM has no opinion on the revision request except for 1315, which they oppose. And then they do support NPR 1330.
Okay. And we will we'll have the IMM speak further on the opposition to 1315 when we get there on the agenda. Any questions or comments otherwise for the revision request summary? Beth.
Yes, I have a question about or just want to make sure I understand the impact on 1264. Because at one point that change was going to be to go off and do a different program that the users would pay for. I think that's changed, and so this impact is just a regular system impact that we're all going to pay for. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's part of us providing data to the third-party administrator, and that's where the impact comes from.
I think that we'll have Troy speak on that one anyways when we get there in the agenda because there's a joining revision request, so maybe he can get to that question too when we get there.
Perfect.
Okay. PRS report. Diana, you ready? Let's take these one slide at a time and try to get things on ballots after each slide. So let's start with the unopposed and no impact and then take a pause.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Diana Coleman with CPS Energy with the May PRS report. All of the items on this first slide were unopposed with no cost impact. The first one is 1316, comes to us from ERCOT. This was approved on April 15th unanimously as amended by the April 2nd WMS comments. And then on May 6th, we voted unanimously to endorse and forward to TAC with the December 19th IA. For 1325, on May 6th, we voted unanimously to grant urgent status and recommend approval as amended by the May 2nd ERCOT comments. And forward to TAC, the March 4th IA. And then we have 1327, also coming to us from ERCOT. PRS voted unanimously to recommend approval as submitted. And on May 6th, we voted unanimously to endorse and forward to TAC the April 15th, 2026 PRS report and the March 31st IA. And then finally, we have 1330. On May 6th, we voted to grant urgent status. There was one abstention. We voted to recommend approval as submitted and forward to TAC and the April 21st, 2026 IA.
Okay, thanks, Diana. So my plan had been to hold off on taking action on NPRR 1325 until the end with PGRR 145, but I believe Bill would like this on the combo ballot, but I'll let Bill go ahead.
Yeah, NPRR 1325, which is the protocol revision for batch 0, was not controversial. That was on the combo ballot at PRS. I would recommend the same here so that we can also get this one voted through and out of the way. I did have, Corey, if you could bring that up, ERCOT filed some mainly cleanup edits, and I noted a couple what appear to be typos that we would need to correct and put the desk edited version on the combo ballot. It's page 24. There you go. So paragraph 18 up at the top of the page. Consumption was struck, and the language was edited to say less than the sum of the expected consumption of the large loads, apostrophe S. I don't think we need the apostrophe S anymore. I don't know if ERCOT has any concerns with that.
Jeff, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so we caught this. There's actually a few others that we found that
Yeah.
are
Okay.
typos
And then
in here.
Going down, Corey. The other one that I caught Jeff, and then keep going down. It's the last paragraph of this section, right there. That new section there shall be bound by all obligations applicable to the PCLR. That I think should be WL pun. Those are the two I caught Jeff. If there are others.
I think we had a few more. As much as I would like to get this off the table today, I think my preference would be that we would just file another set of comments with all the cleanup issues that we found.
Okay.
And my other thought on this, and this goes for 145 as well, is that you recognize that our comments just came out 30-something hours ago on these, and so we would like a little bit more soak time for stakeholders before we do a vote. So our preference would be to not have a vote today on either 1325 or PGRR 145.
Okay.
And we have found a number of non-substantive edits that we would like to go and clean up before the final TAC vote.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. Bob, did you have? Okay. So I would still suggest maybe we wait on taking action on this until we take up PGRR 145. So it sounds like the action could be to table, but I think we should wait on that until later on the agenda. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you, Bill. All right. So we'd be looking on this first slide from the PRS report to recommend approval of NPRR 1316 as recommended by PRS in the 5/6 PRS report. Recommend approval of NPRR 1327 as recommended by PRS in the 5/6 PRS report. And recommend approval of NPRR 1330 as recommended by PRS in the 5/6 PRS report with recommended effective date of July 16th, 2026. Can we put those on the combo ballot? Okay. All right, Diana, let's go to the next slide, and then again, just one slide, and then pause.
Okay. So question for TAC, I know that 1264 has several accommodating revision requests on that one. Are we ready for 1264 today, or are we going to wait for the other ones? Was that the goal? To get
I think
1264?
let's go ahead with 1264.
Okay. So 1264. So on May 6, PRS voted unanimously to endorse and forward to TAC the April 15th PRS report as amended by the April 30th ERCOT comments and the April 28th IA. You see the recommended priority and rank there on the screen and the costs as well. We also have 1307. On May 6, ERCOT staff provided an overview of their IA, their May 5th IA, and let me see. You see our priority and rank there on the screen? Between 200 and 300,000 with a priority of 2027 and a rank of 4920.
Okay, thanks, Diana. So let's take up 1307 first. We'd be looking to recommend approval of NPRR 1307 as recommended by PRS in the 5/6 PRS report. But we also had NOGR 281, which has been tabled at TAC, waiting for that NPRR. So we'd be looking to recommend approval as well of NOGR 281 as recommended by Ross in the February 5th Ross report. Is that correct, Corey? Okay. Anybody have any issue with 1307 and NOGR 281 going on the combo ballot? Are you guys good? Ned, go ahead.
Just a quick voiceover. No opposition to either of them going on the combo ballot. I did want to thank ERCOT staff for their engagement on this one and helping to address the price formation impact. There are still some scenarios that we want to keep an eye out for. So if it's, say, a transmission service provider directed load shed event, if those grow in frequency, then we certainly want to look at how we can address those in those impacts in price formation. Our understanding is that's a very infrequent, exceedingly infrequent use case right now. But I wanted to voice that over just to have a pin in it in case it does increase in frequency and we can come back. I know there's some structural system issues for ERCOT implementing that as well. But as more and more out-of-market actions get potentially on our plate, the need for that will possibly grow. We hope not, but if it does, then we as stakeholders want to be ready to push forward with solutions. But other than that, no issues with combo ballot.
Okay. Mike, did you have a comment on this one?
Sorry, I may be jumping the gun on this, but I'm going to need a separate ballot for 1330. No issues with these items.
Okay, we added that to the combo, but I think we can unadd it to the combo, right? Okay, let's finish. So let's 1307 and number 281, we were putting on the combo ballot, correct? Everyone's good with that? Okay, so let's go back to 1330. So we can't put it on the combo ballot anymore, so we would be looking for a motion and a second. It would be recommend approval of NPR 1330 as recommended by PRS and the 5/6 PRS report with recommended effective date of July 16th, 2026. Ned, let's do Ned and Blake. Motion and second. Okay, take it away, Corey.
All right. On this motion on 1330, we will start up with the consumers with Garrett.
Abstain.
Thank you. Mike?
Abstain.
Thank you. Mark Dreyfus?
Yes,
thank you. Nick? Nick Fehrenbach, you with us? I'll look back to you, Nick. Beth?
Yes.
Thank you. Will?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. On to our co-ops. Blake?
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle?
Yes.
Thank you. John?
Yes.
Thank you. Jodan for Mike?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our independent generators. Ned?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Brian?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Bob?
Yes, sir.
Sir? Caitlin?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our IPMs. Jeremy?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Seth?
Yes.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Ian?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. On to our IREPs. Bill?
Yes.
Thank you. Jay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Yes.
Thank you. Jen?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our IOUs. Martha?
Yes.
Thank you. Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Ebby?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. On to our munis. Alicia?
Yes.
Thank you. Jose?
Yes.
Thank you. Curtis? Got your yes in chat, Curtis. Thank you. Diana for David?
Yes.
Thank you. And then Nick, I see you off mute now. Grand finale?
Yes.
Thanks, sir. Motion carries. Unopposed, 2 abstentions.
Okay. All right. Anything else on 1330 or 1307? All right. So let's go back to NPR 1264. I think, can we hear from ERCOT on implementation and the accompanying revision requests?
So I can comment on the associated revision requests. I know typically it's not our usual practice to allow the NPR to move separately through the process, but the guide revisions are very administrative in nature and just aligning with Section 21. So I think we're okay with that moving forward.
Okay. Eric?
I just wanted to thank ERCOT for that. And I think my line here is we're definitely not setting a precedent with doing this. This is kind of a one-time thing to the administrative nature. So thank you, Market Rules, on that.
Bill just tried to do it with 1325.
Well, he can do whatever he wants. I have a line that I agreed to. But this is a really important item that will lead to more investment in clean, firm power, and we're happy for the support of TAC in doing that. My understanding, and ERCOT can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they'll issue an RFP to manage this program following the passage by the board. And so this will enable more investment in more power plants and will help enable customer choice. And just thank you very much throughout the whole process.
Okay. Ned?
So this one, we had filed some comments about a little over a year ago expressing concerns with the 3-year useful life or the compliance life. I can't remember what it's called. We feel pretty strongly that if there is not a statutory basis for a renewable portfolio standard, then there's no basis to have an endpoint on that. Now, in discussions with ERCOT and other stakeholders since then, our understanding was that there's a practical limit that you need to have, and we were able to reach. I thought some agreement on 10 years as being a reasonable middle ground. In looking at the PRS report, I noticed, though, that it's only a 3-year lifespan, and so I'm curious if there's any opposition to making a change from 3 years to 10 years.
There's no opposition from TEBUS perspective, and I don't think that would impact the IA at all. But and just to color as to why there's no opposition, it's because this is a market between willing buyers and willing sellers. And so if someone doesn't want to buy an older, EAC, then they don't have to. So it just, I don't see a downside to enabling that. I think people will be able to buy whatever they want to buy.
Thank you, Eric. I agree 100%. It is a willing buyer, willing seller market, and the market will dictate the value of older EACs if allowed to. So if I can recommend a desktop edit to change 3 years to 10 years in terms of the useful life, I'd even be willing to put a motion forward. But
I saw Troy come up. Troy, did you want to comment?
Sure, thank you. Troy Anderson with ERCOT Portfolio Management. Just to echo Ann's earlier comment, the cost here is to build a data interface with that third-party administrator, which would be a one-time thing, so the duration that you're speaking of would not affect the cost.
Thank you, Troy.
Okay. Bob Hilton?
I was just going to second his motion when he makes it.
Okay. So Corey is finding the 3 years.
And while Corey's doing this, I'm going to offer my apologies for not catching this sooner and getting comments and doing this on the fly.
It's okay. It eats into your total meeting time, though, that you have. Okay, so Corey's changing the 3 years to 10 years. So it would be recommend approval of NPRR 1264 as recommended by PRS, and the 5/6 PRS report is revised by TAC. We'll give Corey a few minutes. Okay, Shane.
Yeah, thank you, Shane Thomas with Shell. I just wanted to get, maybe clarification on the question Beth asked earlier, which I think we kind of got in his response about the cost of this. Though, so it is going to be, like it was discussed previously, that this cost is just creating the interface to send the data over, and if a rep wants to use these new credits, they have to subscribe to this future service at their own cost? Or like,
Troy.
somehow- is that how this is going to work?
Troy shrugged at me.
I can.
Go ahead, Eric.
So because that'll be based on kind of an RFP for something that doesn't exist yet, then there may be some minimal cost on that program, like maybe a retirement fee or something. ERCOT looked into this, and there's a prohibition on anyone using their own dollars to pay for projects. It's a long-standing prohibition. And so my understanding is that some of the, we're not weighing in on the value of any particular future vendor, but my understanding is some of the vendors have expressed that it could result in no cost to ERCOT if they were allowed to pay for it, but they're just not allowed to pay for it. And so it's minimal to create that report, basically. And it's the meter data report that there could be, based on the contract that comes back, some cost to participate, but this language has TAC recommend the vendor that ERCOT will select to the board in the future, and so TAC will have a chance to weigh in on those terms.
Okay, so potentially who's actually paying for it on an ongoing basis is still up in the air a bit.
Yeah, this doesn't specify how that will happen on that, out of protocol program.
Okay, thanks.
But TAC, like I said, TAC's voice in that decision around selection of the vendor will be heavily weighted, I think, by ERCOT.
Okay, so we're waiting on Corey to make the edits for the 3 years to 10 years.
Yeah, so Ned, I've just taken the Vistra comments that y'all filed back in March, and this was the one paragraph you were making your 10 change in. So carrying that over onto the PRS report now. It's hard to see through the blood, but if you put it in simple view, it's the same. Now, RECs and compliance premiums have a useful life of 10 compliance periods, and then the rest follows from your comments. So is that?
That looks correct to me. Thank you, Corey. So with that, I'll make a motion to endorse NPR 1264 with the desktop edits made at TAC.
Can we put it on the combo ballot?
Sure, that works for me too.
Does anybody not want this on the combo ballot? Okay, so it's recommend approval of NPR 1264 is recommended by PRS in the 5/6 PRS report as revised by TAC. And we'll put that on the combo ballot.
Thank you again.
Any other questions or comments? Ann?
Yeah, there was one on, can you go back to that 1264 PRS report? I think it was March 31st, 2035. Like right at the top of the page of the next page.
Oh.
Should it be, yeah. I think it's 2035 there. March 31st.
Does that 2027 need a change?
So yes. Yes, you're right, Ann. Thank you.
Are we good? Do we need time to review this? You're good, Ned? Okay. Are we still good with this on the combo ballot as revised by TAC? Okay. Okay, thank you guys. So, Diana, let's go back to your presentation. Last slide, please.
Where are we at, Corey? Okay, so 1315. We granted urgent status, and this was approved as amended by the May 5th ERCOT comments and revised by PRS. For TAC today, we have the December 19th IA. We did have 4 abstentions and 1 vote against 1315.
Okay. We did have IMM opposition on this. Jeff, can I ask you to speak to this now?
Absolutely. Thank you. Hey, good morning, everyone. Yeah, our opposition, and actually, before I get into that, I want to note that, we recognize that there were changes made throughout the process to make this a better and tighter process. Also, that the RTO having the ability to procure out of market in certain limited circumstances is necessary because no market design provides for every circumstance. So I want to note that our primary objection is that we feel this is too open and provides opportunity for the RTO to go out and procure in advance of letting the market realize shortage prices. All of you have heard me talk before, probably repeatedly, about the importance of shortage pricing in the ERCOT market model, and especially in the context of RA. And it can wind up being an issue of the cart before the horse in some circumstances, fully recognizing that RTO operations' primary job is to ensure reliability. And so there's a tension there between forward procurement and ensuring reliability and allowing the system to get tight in order to allow price signals to indicate new investment is needed. And ERCOT is in a particularly interesting spot given load projections over the next 5 years of needing a solution for an RA, a potential RA issue. And so my primary concern is that this particular NPRR is a bit too open-ended and provides too much opportunity for ERCOT to go out and procure forward in advance of shortage prices, revealing that new investment's needed. So that's at a high level. I guess the next level down, I know the NPRR still leaves for the opportunity for procurement for system emergencies, and I don't think that's appropriate in this case. I'm also not entirely sure how much opportunity there will be to procure forward for a projected system emergency. I would imagine most of the available capacity would be prepared to operate commercially and not under contract under those circumstances, and that's not enough time to build new generation given a 5-year wait period for new turbines. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. My concerns are it's not narrow enough, and also in both the local and system procurement spaces that there isn't enough definition on how an emergency will be defined. And I'd like to make sure that process is transparent and vetted through the stakeholder process as needs come up. So that's the IMM objection, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Bob Hilton.
Yeah, actually, I don't disagree with a lot of everything Jeff said there. However, just to kind of thought, one of the things On the emergency situation, my understanding is, and the way I take this, is that this is to avoid load shed scenarios. And I would expect then the RFP would be designed to do just that, and not necessarily that you go and procure the megawatts to keep out of an EEA1 or an OCN or something along that nature. That's the way I kind of understand it and would hope to see that. And as the process goes, we'll see how that works out. On the second piece, I thought we pretty much took care of the system-wide piece that I had major concerns with. I thought we pretty much fixed most of that. So unless I'm just missing it altogether, I think we were okay there. With that, I'll wait for some other comments. With that, I don't like this process, showing that the market's not working appropriately and putting generation in the right place, but we've got to keep the grid operating. So I would make a motion to approve 1315.
Okay. Should we get a second to the motion? Nobody wants to second the motion? Bill Barnes. Okay, we can continue with comments. We may be able to put it in the combo ballot, but I just didn't want to leave the motion hanging out there. Okay, going to Ned.
Bob, I also agree with your first statement and agree with a lot of things that Jeff had to say about this and the situation that we're in. It's a tough one. Always want to put markets first and get to reliability through markets. Again, this is a unique scenario and a tool that we hope doesn't get used very often. Having the exit strategy is really important, as Bob mentioned. Vistra did put forward some additional concepts at PRS. Ultimately, that is not what moved forward. I think the reason why is largely because it's a manual versus systematic approach. So we do look forward to seeing some additional improvements in this process as we move forward. We look at this kind of as sometimes people refer to policy making as it's like getting on the bus. You don't necessarily get exactly where you're going to, but you want to go in the right direction. And so we see this as moving in the right direction, and so we're ultimately supportive of this moving forward. So would be fine with the combo ballot as well.
Okay, thanks, Ned. Seth.
Yeah, fine with the combo ballot. VTOL supports it. I don't think it's moving in the right direction, though. I think these out-of-market actions that we need to undertake are showing cracks in our market and absolutely need to be addressed. I think one way to address this is to have these procurements in the real-time price deployment adder. I am hearing from ERCOT that, yes, they want to do that, but they want to see the adder price for locational deployments before they do that. Maybe it'd be helpful to hear ERCOT speak to that. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Kenneth.
Yeah, and that's 1214, is that right? And we think 1214 could make it here when?
We're targeting bringing ERCOT comments to the June PRS meeting on June 10th.
Okay, so that'll be at the June PRS. It'd be a regional pricing, and it would be in the adder. So we think that is an important part of this. I think that helps also address Jeff's or the IMM's concerns as well, at least in part.
Okay, and when we get there, we'll have to go back and revisit this language, tie that back to the pricing adder when it's fixed.
Yeah, actually, the edits that we're preparing for 1214 touch that section, so it'll include the.
Okay, so you'll just wrap it right up in there. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so that would be maybe one board meeting behind. Yeah. Okay, let's go to Diana.
This has been one of those conversations that we've had for a while, and I feel like there is still some work to be done on 1315 and some of the out-of-market actions that ERCOT is taking. We did abstain on this at PRS, and we're okay with it on the combo ballot, but agree with Seth and some of the comments that the IMM made that we need to really spend some time in making sure that as little as possible we can do outside of the market and allow it to work the way that it needs to work. And so we just wanted to get that on the record that we won't be abstaining today, but we just feel like there's still some work that needs to be done on this process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diana. Let's go to Brian Sams.
Hey, good morning. One thing I wanted to call out, and also I'm grumpy about this NPRR and the need for it, just to cross-apply that to other comments that were previously made, but there is some opportunity for discussion about the assumptions that would necessitate the this procurement, and I would expect that stakeholders will be vigorous in their review of those assumptions when and if this happens. So just want to call out that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Let's go to Beth.
Yeah, I have a specific language question. If we could pull up the PRS report, and it relates to a comment that that Bob said earlier, that you felt like you handled all of the system-wide issues, that this is really a local issue. And if we go to page 10 of 20, I want to understand and make sure I'm not, or I want to be educated. It's right there, paragraph A, to address, for resources, to address an anticipated emergency condition related to an ERCOT-wide capacity insufficiency. That sounds like an ERCOT-wide capacity insufficiency, and capacity insufficiency could be EEA1, depending on how that's defined. If y'all have already had the fight and this is as far as we can get, I'm okay with it, but those words didn't, in my mind, comport with what you had conveyed, Bob, or others about this NPR. So I just wanted to see if anybody had any reaction to that section and my question in particular.
You can go ahead, Bob.
I think we still have in the exit strategy piece in there. That's still there, right? When you do this, you have to have an exit strategy that goes with this. And I thought that kind of helped take care of that, because simply saying more generation will eventually get built if we do some kind of other market is not an exit strategy. So I was thinking that would take care of that, and I'm not sure where that would actually come into play, that you could do that without an exit strategy. Does that make sense? I mean, that's the best I could see.
Okay. I just when I was struck by, because I noticed as I was reviewing this, I noticed that was as I reviewed, I saw this ERCOT-wide capacity insufficiency, and then your comments saying no, we got it kind of pretty well localized, didn't comport, and so it sounds like, as everyone has said before me, there's still more work to happen here. We're all going to hold our nose and vote for this and just move it forward.
That's kind of where I'm at on this. Now, if I see that's snuck back in other places that I haven't caught, then we'll address that at another date. But I understand we need to get this going for some specific issues here right now. So I'm holding my nose, Beth.
Are you going to weigh in here?
Thank you. So this section here talks about the calculation of the MOC, right? The Part A is the black language what we have right now. So under the current protocols, if we procure capacity under the ERCOT authority, the generation capacity, to be clear, the MOC will be set at vol, right? And for local congestion, we added paragraph B, which is similar to NPR 784, which we discussed at PRS.
Well, Yeah, so this NPR was to address those local issues, and so then you go back and say, well, if we do it for system-wide, and we hate doing it for system-wide, and it seems like that's the dissonance that I'm feeling right now, is the blue language added to paragraph A to differentiate between the two.
Understood, and the reason why is because the ERCOT Control Authority is one section, and that's where we had to insert paragraph B in the same section.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Shane?
Yep, thank you. Shane Thomas with Shell. We were the no vote on this one at PRS, and I'll, I guess, continue to be the no vote here. Happy to be it's obvious to me that a lot of people don't like this concept, but we feel that it's going to happen, and so we need to get the kind of a protocol version of something that could currently be done under PURA forward, because it's always better to do things in protocol world versus something outside of that. And so we have a little bit more control over how that's used here, which is good. So, I'm happy to be this, symbolic, vote in here to say that, hey, we're still not okay with, this whole process, and that these types of procurements should be extremely limited. When we're going out and looking this far out in the future, it's going to be hard not to find issues that you could create these for, depending on how you're looking at the assumptions in this list. And I think it's good that ERCOT's looking out there and going to be telling the Public Utility Commission and the stakeholder bodies about potential issues. That's their job. It's to get out there and get ahead of these issues, and so make sure everyone's aware of them. But if we're doing it in a way where then we circumvent the market and market signals, we're just going to be destroying the long-term incentive to go out and build generation the traditional method, and you're going to be putting in more costs into unhedgeable buckets for loads, potentially stuff that's not going to be used very often, if at all, as we get closer into real time. And I just think it's important that we're all saying this and getting this out there. The issue I have with tying this ADER aspect into 1214 is that I think that's going to be a very substantial project to get the RDPA to be localized. I think it really, really opened it up. And so that has the potential to me to delay this for a very long time before this starts getting put into RDPA. I do hope that it's going to be, years before we use this, so maybe we have time to do it that way. But tying into this other project that is yet to be approved has the potential to really delay these being incorporated into RDPA. I mean, it's something that gets used next year. There's no chance of it being able to impact that. And I think, waiting for the very best version of it is going to allow the potential for market impacts in the short term, which is kind of where people are looking when they're trying to make decisions for the long term. Where everyone's making decisions right now on what to do for 3 years from now. So that's all I'll say about that.
Okay. Are you referring to a long implementation time on the local?
Yeah,
RDPA?
I think that's, at least in my head. I don't know if we've got an IA on that yet. I don't think so. But I think it's going to take a long time.
I think Kenneth can speak to it, maybe.
Yeah, so I think we did post an IA for the previous language. So again, we're working on ERCOT comments. In some cases, it simplifies things, but we think we will need to redo an IA. And then I think at that time we can kind of see where it lands and how long it will take to implement and priority.
Okay. Do you know when we'll get that IA?
Well, we've talked about, is it possible, Troy's still here, is it possible for us to get the IA with the comments we post for June 10th? And we don't want to promise that quite yet.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. I had something else pop into my head I was going to say, then it popped right out. let other people speak. I saw some more in the queue.
Okay, thanks. Troy, did you want to weigh in, or we?
Yeah, I was just going to add the current 1214 IA shows 800K to 1.2 million, and as Kenneth said, we would be revisiting that, and we try to always, fit that analysis within whatever duration the stakeholder process is needing, but it'll take a little bit of time. So,
Do we know the length of time on the IA though?
for the duration,
Yeah.
I've got it on my screen behind me.
Okay. Okay, no worries. We can come back to you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Ned.
This will be relatively quick, I hope. First, Shane, appreciate your sacrificial no vote, and I do hope that, given the discussion, the minutes from today's discussion will reflect that stakeholders all have concerns, but recognize this will be the first step in an iterative process that will address some of these things. Beth, on the language that you flagged in paragraph A that Corey has on the screen right there, I did just want to point you to in Vistra's Cinco de Mayo comments. We did strike that to address anticipated emergency condition language in paragraph A, so that the default is that any capacity that's procured under paragraph 4 of section 6511 has that assumption as the baseline, and then we added a notwithstanding A above to the beginning of paragraph B, so that when you're talking about a specific local issue, then whatever we put in B is the exception to the rule. We were a little concerned that by bracketing in paragraph A, you might leave a gap, a third rail that isn't addressed. So flag that. We're supportive of making that change if folks want to make that, but also we're willing to hold our nose and get on the bus.
Okay. Brian Sams?
Clear to me that we're going to need our extra TAC meeting next week, just based on comments that Jeff Billow made at the outset about not wanting to vote anything out for the batch today. And I feel like there's a lot of interest on this A paragraph. Curious if we could have this discussion next week, and if that changes the outcome for any kind of board approval. I don't think it does, but
Would not change the timeline for board approval, but it would make me sad. But
it would make you sad.
Well, I would note, we have meetings set up for next week. It sounds like we'll need to do the batch revision requests. ERCOT has some cleanup items still, and I think we want everyone to have time to think about the comments that were filed late Monday night. We also have 5 RPG projects next week. 6? I think it's 5. Okay, Beth says it's 6.
Ned, I'm sympathetic to your Cinco de Mayo comments on this, and be open to an amendment to amend this with your comments on this section, just for disclosure to the PAC.
Okay, I see a little bit of a ERCOT caucus going. We do have time for a 10 or 15 minute break, if that helps, but we have a couple in the queue, and maybe we could take a break and see what ERCOT is willing to work with us. So let's finish this queue, then maybe take a little bit of a break to see if we can resolve this today. And if we can't, we can't. And if you want to make a motion to table, Brian, I can't stop you. I just wanted closure for the consumers.
I understand. I also want closure for the consumers, and ultimately this is a thing that consumers pay for. So I appreciate getting the right answer.
Yeah, understood. Okay, let's go to Bill Barnes.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak a little bit why I'm on the motion, which is this debate's very similar to what we're having on the Residential Demand Response Program in 1296, and that's that we need to be realistic about the market design we actually have and what it can realistically accomplish in terms of providing reliability, which means providing ERCOT with the tools they need, such as this and others, but that doesn't mean we abandon the ship. We do the best that we can in terms of getting the pricing as adjusted and as well as we can. ERCOT has bent over backwards to do that as a part of this effort, so I appreciate them doing that, just like 1296. So if there are additional changes and tweaks that could be made here that may improve this, I'm all for it, but I'm also fine with moving it forward as is.
Okay. Are we focused really just on this system ERCOT-wide language here, or do we have?
There's another.
There's another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Comment?
Okay. Eno?
I think we might be willing to make some minor changes according to the proposal from Ned, but we need a couple minutes or some time to make those changes.
Okay. Let me take these last two questions, and then we'll see. Let's go to Bob Pelton.
Yeah, just real quickly, and thank you for your clarification on that a while ago. I was beginning to think I missed something or something inadvertently got put back in. But this is really, correct me if I'm wrong, dealing with how the MOC works in association with what has been contracted rather than what will be contracted. That's in another section that delineates out all the exit strategy and everything else. Is that correct?
Precisely.
That's where I got a little confused for a minute.
A addresses the calculation of the MOC when we contract for capacity ERCOT-wide, but there has been a recognition that we may contract for capacity to resolve a local congestion, and the MOC should be B, based on B, the concept be B.
Yeah, and so what we're kind of mixing a little bit in A here correct me again if I'm reading this wrong, is the C for C contract stuff and the stuff that you may go out there and get under what you see as your authority under PURA for any other reason for capacity. I'm being very careful what I said there.
So I can't comment on what we might do under PURA. Clearly, we contract the life cycles under PURA to solve a local constraint, and the MOC was set exactly as in B.
Okay.
However, if we contract capacity like we did in 2011, ERCOT-wide, the MOC will be set at VAL, which is $5,000 now.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Well, Beth had a remaining question. So Beth and Seth.
Okay. If we could scroll down to page 16. All of this started with, I had a very specific question, and it highlighted, if we look at the red language here, here's some more ERCOT-wide capacity shortage language. And my real question has to do with, here's, the A through E is a list of things to be considered. And as I read E, if we could go to the top of the next page, that sentence E does not make sense to me. And if I could have it explained, or maybe we need to modify it. Capacity from settlement-only generators that is not expected to be available to ERCOT during the period additional capacity is needed. I think there needs to be an additional phrase, something like, and can be made available. This says there seems to be an internal conflict with that language.
Okay.
Or maybe that's just me. So I'm happy to be told I'm wrong. And I need to read it better.
I don't want to say you're wrong.
I'm happy to be wrong.
Okay, but
wrong in a lot of things.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at the structure. I guess the A is and is capable of being brought back into service. The B is demand response that can be baseline. Okay, maybe that's, and the C is, yeah, I don't know if we really need that phrase and can be made available. That would be my answer is, so we added E basically so we could include the possibility of new SOGs that aren't there and not expected to be there that could come and help the situation. So I guess I'm not really seeing the strong need for the words you're suggesting.
I'm not the arbiter of the the language. It didn't make sense to me as I read it, and wanted to raise that as a
So
question.
such capacity for either purpose may include, so it may include that, yeah.
Okay, let's go to Seth.
Yeah, my intention is not to muddy the waters, but if you contract one of these for system capacity and you put it in at the vol amount, once it's online and it's being offered in, like, you don't really have control over what happens at that point, right? Like, it could be dispatched for whatever. It could be a non-competitive constraint or what have you, and I'm just
Once
wondering.
it's online, correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Seth, I see your point. That's the language we have. We had for a long, long time in there.
Okay.
And
I can live with it.
We didn't really, during this analysis, we didn't really look into very closely to figure out whether we need that change. The only change we made is what's in there right now, but I think we might be willing to take that out as far as the language that Ned or Vistra entered.
Okay.
Okay. So we're still considering changes related to the ERCOT-wide language that was changed in the Cinco de Mayo comments. Do you want to take a few?
I thought our 15-minute homework assignment was to look at A. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else besides A? Is A the only deal breaker?
Well, but is there a need, if you're going to change it there, is there a need to change it on page 16 and 4?
So I just wanted to point out that whole section where A and B is all about the mitigated offer cap. So have we jumped to a different?
And this section is, here's the use, here's what we're going to go get it for.
Yeah.
And so here's where, we're going to go get these types of things for a situation that could include ERCOT-wide capacity shortage.
Okay, why don't we do the 15 minutes, and we don't need an answer after 15 minutes, but you can either say we need more time, meaning until next week, or meaning until, somewhere into the match discussion, because I think it's a different ERCOT team, right? So it would be okay to keep working on it into this afternoon. But why don't we see, get Brian Sams on the phone and see if we can have a plan in 15 minutes. Does that sound okay?
It sounds okay, but to be sure, we're happy with the language as is. So in case, but somebody wants to change it, that's a different issue.
Okay. Let's at least explore it and see where we are in 15 minutes. So 10:48. All right. Thanks, guys. Okay. I lost email. Somebody from ERCOT, can you tell us where we landed? Corey, you're in charge.
I'm the last one to say not it, so under procedures. So what's on screen right now, in red, these are the Vistra comments that Ned alluded to, where within paragraph A, instead of having this call out to say, hey, the existing black line is for system-wide and then everything B is local, to Ned's point, their preferred path was to not have that call out, just have A be the default for everything and have B start out with a notwithstanding A above, and now here's all your exceptions. So instead of a bucket for A and a bucket for B, it's A is everything and then B is your carved out exception to what's above. So in the discussions just now with Ned and Eno and company, we'd be willing to have WebEx is muted. You guys missed my wonderful introduction. Well, the folks in the room enjoyed it.
Okay.
So long story longer, what's on screen right now in this pea color brown is the portion of the Vistra comments that ERCOT's comfortable with. So similar to their construction over here, instead of adding in language to A to describe that it's system-wide and have B be local, consistent with Vistra's path, take out that phrase, but then add in an intro to B to say notwithstanding A above. To, again, the intention to be that A, the existing black line is standard, and then now B is your distinct call out for the local issue. And so ERCOT legal, ERCOT SMEs were okay with it. Ned was begrudgingly okay with it. Oh, 2 thumbs up. So on the walk over, he's even more okay with it. So if the mover and the seconder would be up for accepting these desktop edits, we'd be one step closer to a vote on 1315.
Okay, that's Bob and Bill. They both have their cards up. Bob?
Yeah, and actually I can see where that could reduce some ambiguity in between a 2-lane road and a 3-lane road, so I can see where you come up with that, and I'm fine with it, so I would include the desktop edits.
Okay, Bill?
I'm fine with it as well. I was just going to ask what the practical effect was. It doesn't look like it does anything other than makes us feel better. But at least we feel better.
Bill,
so I'm good with it. Let's.
Second to reliability, your feelings are the most important thing to us. So if we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I wish everyone felt that way, Corey.
No,
that's
not
good to go
true.
with the motion.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Brian, good? All right, so we have the motion on the second to recommend approval of 1315 as recommended by PRS in the 5.6 PRS report as revised by TAC and the 5.12 revised impact analysis. With a recommended effective date of the day after PUCT approval. Thank you, Anne.
All righty. So on this motion for 1315, we will start up with consumers with Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mike.
Yes.
Thank you. Mark Dreyfus. Yes, thank you. Nick.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, sir. And Beth? Want to vote from across the room? All right. Circle back around to Beth. Will?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. On to our co-ops. Blake?
Abstain.
Thank you. Kyle?
Abstain.
Thank you. John?
Abstain.
Thank you. And then Joe Dan for Mike?
Abstain. Thank you, Corey.
Okay. Thank you. On to our independent generators. Ned?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thanks, sir. Brian?
I hate this yet.
Begrudging, yes. All right. Bob?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Caitlin?
Yes.
Thank you. On to the IPMs. Jeremy?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Seth?
Yes.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi?
No, sir.
Thank you. Ian?
Abstain. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, sir. On to our IREPs. Bill?
Yes.
Thank you. Jay?
Yes.
Thank you. Chris?
Yes.
Thank you. Jen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to our IOUs. Martha?
Yes.
Thank you. Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Abby?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. On to our munis. Alicia?
Begrudgingly, yes.
Thank you. Lowercase x. Jose?
Same. Yes.
Thank you. Curtis? Got your yes in chat, Curtis. Thank you. Diana for David?
Begrudgingly, yes.
Thank you. And last but never least, Beth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay.
No adverb.
Motion carries. 1 opposed, 5 abstentions.
Brian Sams is the most iconic voter, and I want to use the I hate this yes sometime, but maybe later this meeting. All right, Bob Helton.
Yeah, just real quick, now that this is passed. So I see this will go to the June board meeting. It'll be at the PUC probably July. So Woody, Ken, are we expecting the potential for the first RFP for Far West Texas to be in August or September?
It'll be this year.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm just kind of curious.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. We're not going to take the combo ballot yet, but everything is going great. Don't worry about it. We will get back to the combo ballot later. So we are going to the batch study items. We just took our break. So what my plan is have ERCOT present on their latest comments, have them present and take some questions, hopefully do that in an hour to an hour and a half. Less would be great. If I'm overestimating, then break for lunch. Then Martha had identified some issues or really issues that came out of Ross where multiple people were concerned with a singular issue. There were 6. We've eliminated 1, so there are 5. You can read them yourself or I can read them. So the first one would be applicable RPG dates for inclusion in batch 0. The second one would be treatment of missing tippet dates. Third one is allocation of RPG project megawatts. Fourth one, lowering the 200 megawatt min allocation, which I believe was addressed in ERCOT's latest comments, maybe. And then the fifth one, which I think we can remove, is the review contracts for power language. So I think 4 and 5 maybe are non-issues anymore. And then 6 was refine and establish deadline for submission of steady state or stability studies to ERCOT for study loads. So, and then I know we had a number of comments come in after the ERCOT comments. My plan was not to take those up one by one, but I'm definitely not precluding anybody from speaking to their comments. So please, at that time in the agenda, get in the queue and we'll go through any other outstanding comments or questions. But it also does give you sort of Matt's presentation and the lunch break to holler at me and say what you want to add maybe to that second part of the agenda. Is that a okay plan for now? And we'll take up the combo ballot when we return from lunch also. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, just on the comments by the others, and you're not planning with going through those one by one, which is fine. I don't care. It'll go wherever it goes. But is ERCOT going to address those in any means or specifically? Like if you look at what they're going to do in their comments they made the other night and everything, they addressed comments that were made prior to that. My question is ERCOT going to circle back and do anything with the comments that came in yesterday? Matt?
Yeah, so this is Jeff.
Jeff, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. So I think we're still digesting those comments. Yeah, sorry. So I think we're still digesting those. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think we'll see based on the nature of the comments. Some of them were kind of minor, others a little bit more major. So we'll see, and we might address some of it in the discussion today.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, I think I'll need some help, but I'm sure some of those will also come up as questions to ERCOT while Matt is going through, or Matt or Jeff are going through the latest comments. So I think we'll get a little bit addressed in both places. Please go ahead, Matt.
All right, we'll just see how this goes.
We'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. Matt Marin is with ERCOT on behalf of the team that's been working tirelessly to get through this. And again, it's kind of you've seen the picture a dozen times now. On the left is the things are getting stuck. Restudies are the key. A large load individually restudied collides with another study that's in flight, and they're both then put into a bad spot and moving to the batch process on the right. So ERCOT brought this to the commission back in December. There was the idea of kicking off this new batch study thing. There's PUC guidance on February 6th that said go forth and work with stakeholders to come up with a stakeholder-driven solution rather than any sort of other way to do it. And so the batch 0 filing was, that's 80 days ago now, which was the March 4th batch 0. Then a month and a half later, layered in the controllable load resource concept. This is the idea of allowing a data center type large load that may be able to, if there's not congestion, to grow into that extra capacity when there's not congestion, and then go back down to their base value. And so that construct has been put into place by forklifting existing constructs in a quick, rapid way to get that speed to power sooner, because they can be using power that they normally would not be able to use absent this construct. The next one was on May 2nd. That was the idea of how to accommodate bring your own generation. ERCOT, when you study a load next to a generator, we study them independently. The idea is put a circle around them and say, this load will disappear if the generator disappears. And because of that, they can still energize and get load. They can consume energy sooner outside of the ERCOT grid, and that's a way to, again, get energy sooner. I'm using those phrases purposefully because there's been some discussion of, well, if you're doing this, why don't we go ahead and change the eligibility for these? This is always about how to create flexibility in these arrangements rather than reassess eligibility criteria around it. And then ultimately leading to the ERCOT board approval. So this has been kind of the race to the finish. We're at this special TAC today. We have the PRS vote on 5/6 for 1325, the ROS vote on May 7th, and here we are at this point. Just to highlight a couple of key things that have happened, this has been a rolling story of how this is unfolding. So the May 11th comment, so again, that was the Monday night filing that Jeff talked about being only 36 hours old, was what is the refined batch process? How have we realigned it to match what's going on at the commission, as well as to accommodate other pieces that have been brought to the table? And also down at the bottom was the May 6th comments, PUC staff comments filed. So as we've been at the commission, it's kind of like you're riding two horses. There's something going on at the commission. Barksdale's done a great job of being at almost all of these forums to say, that's more of a PUC issue. Let's take it on down that track. And that has had movement. And then there's the rest of this that's on the ERCOT side. And so those things work together. And then that kind of frames areas that I called them no-fly zones at ROS. That's probably not the best term. But people have said, ERCOT, if you'll just tell us what your boundaries are so we know what to debate, we would like to know where you stand. So this is where we stand on things if it helps. So first of all, ERCOT does not support changes that are in conflict with the PUC projects as it relates to 58481 and 59142. Whether that's a power contract, tenant contract, site control, all of those things have been a part of those hearings and rulemakings. Now, when it comes to March 4th, a lot of people have said, let's move that March 4th date later in 2026. Let's move it out to July. We don't support that. It's allowing more base load, increases the risk of load shed. Essentially, it would take a load and say, that's good enough, you're in with everybody else. But then we may have oversubscribed that area. So when it becomes operational, you may be already overloaded in that area and that load shed risk. There's a little footnote on that, too. We had taken that to the commission. They also agreed that March 4th was a good place to hold the line. Also, there are other eligibility paths to get baseload treatment. So that March 4th is one key date on an avenue in, but there's others. The next one is ERCOT does not support having different eligibility criteria for large loads that opt for that PCLR or bring your own gen treatment, as discussed a minute ago. And then generally speaking, ERCOT does not support further expansion of eligibility. Again, this is the idea of if we open it up to a lot more, in this case, RPG projects, that is another almost oversubscribed type situation that we took to the commission. They also weighed in on saying that sounds reasonable to us. So that's just kind of where we stand on things, if that helps for today. And then my last slide, and I'll turn the rest over to Jeff, is the IA for this. We just didn't want people surprised by it. This is taking a business process that's been spread across multiple TSPs and bringing a lot of that analysis work in-house. So that does result in a grid planning group needing 9 additional FTEs, the dynamic studies group that studies all of these with 8 FTEs, and then the planning model, building all the models for all of these new studies and allocations. From a system perspective, the PCLR is the only thing that is to create that SCED Step 2 change for congestion management using the data center that is behind a local constraint. So that is not needed. Here's the good news. This is where finally our IT shop exhales. It's like, we don't need this until 2027. And they're like, oh, thank heavens, something that's not. So this is not needed to run batch in the coming months. That's needed for operations by the time we get there. And then the last piece is that there's this annual ongoing cost of those additional FTEs. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff to kind of walk down a summary of this and then open the slides to the Word documents open behind it. So over to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. Yeah, so the first thing I want to highlight, and then I am going to go to the Word document, is just the changes that came out of the commission. So the staff filed a memo discussing some of the changes that they'd like to see in the eligibility criteria, particularly for those loads that would go into batch zero as base load. And so they removed the power supply contracts from what they called the advancing criteria. And then they have made some changes with making advancing, made that so that instead of having that power contract, that a load would need to have a tenant or be the tenant. And so that changes in their memo. And then they also put so that originally that tenant piece was in their developing load category. So they changed that developing load category to the requirement to be that you need a contractor or a contract with a general contractor and substation contractor, as well as evidence of zoning approval. So they filed that memo on the 6th. At the May 7th open meeting, had a discussion with the commissioners, and the commissioners gave the head nod to move forward with that. So in the comments that ERCOT filed on Monday, which I'll talk through in a minute, we have attempted to incorporate that feedback into PGRR 145. So we've changed it. If you look at section 9.2.1.1, paragraph 1, these two, the advancing and developing concepts, they are in subparagraphs E and F. So we've made changes to each of those paragraphs to incorporate that feedback. So with that, I'm going to switch over to the comments. And I'm going to focus on 145. If we want to talk about 1325, I'm happy to do that. And I know it's not the most exciting presentation to walk through a long comment Word document. And so I'm just going to go through each of the bullets here. Not going to go into the actual language, but I'm happy to do that to the extent that TAC members have questions on those things. So as I mentioned, we made those changes in 9211 to conform with the guidance that we were given by the Commission at their May 7th open meeting. The other change, or next change I want to highlight is on the attestation requirements. We had gotten some questions about that, as well as what are the consequences if folks submit false attestations or attestations that don't have all of the required information. And so we have made changes in what was paragraph 8 under section 9.1, as well as an additional paragraph 9 to clarify the consequences of that and just how we would look at that. Next change, I think this was maybe Vistra comments, maybe somebody else. But in the QSA section, there were some prerequisite dates. So if you looked at the timing of when projects would go through the existing process as well as the batch process, we needed to make some adjustments to the dates on that. And so we made those adjustments in 535, paragraph 5. And then the next change had to do with just some clarifications around projects that were part of a net metering arrangement. And so we made some changes on those, those that the Commission had told us that they wanted us to those that were submitted before March 4th, those are coming in as baseload. And so needed to make a few clarifications around that after some feedback we received on that. And then made a number of, I think, some minor clarifications on the modeling assumptions for large loads that are base load. But then I think a little bit more significant is this next bullet. This was, I think, LCRA comment on really around the issue of loads that come into batch zero as base load who have a valid study that is an RPG project. The way that we had the language laid out before was that those loads, if that RPG project is not scheduled to come in until 2031, then those loads would be allocated 0 megawatts until 2031, and then they would be able to get their full megawatts. And it had a number of comments about that, and LCRA had a proposal to include those loads as studied loads in the prior year. So if they wanted to come onto the system in 2029, but their RPG project wasn't going to be there until 2031, then in 29 and 30, we would study those loads and allocate them megawatts to the extent that the system can handle as we see in the batch zero study. And we thought that was a good idea, and so we incorporated that concept into this set of revisions. There was some additional clarifications that we made to interconnection. So for studies that were exempt from the prior large load interconnection study process, there were some clarifications. So we had made a change in our last set of revisions to I don't know, open the doors the right way, but to say it, but essentially to allow those loads to have a pathway into batch zero. And there was some confusion, I think, with some of the language that we had added on that, and so we attempted to make some clarifications on that in this. We also wanted to clarify in this set of revision requests that a large load coming into batch zero, that you can't say I want to be a PCLR and a WL-PUN. I think that those constructs have some mutuality that you can't do both of those, and so we wanted to clarify that you really can only do, you can either just come in as a standalone, you're not PCLR WL-PUN, or you're a PCLR, or you're a WL-PUN. So we wanted to make that clear, and also make clear that the PCLR and the WL-PUN, that is only for loads that are going into batch zero as studied loads. There was some additional financial security clarifications that we wanted to make, and this is, so we had, I think previously we had this idea that you could, if you came in as a base load and then but you thought you were going to be base load, but you ended up, you failed something in the base load that you were going in as studied load. So in other words, you think you're coming in as base load, but it ends up that you're studied load. We needed to make some clarifications around how you meet because there's different financial security requirements, and so we've added some language about how that process would work to give a little extra time. There's not a lot of time in there, but that's just a consequence of when we have to start the study to meet the deadlines, but we have added a short amount of time and a little process to be able to, for the loads to be able to meet those different financial security requirements. When we introduced the bookend methodology, there was some confusion in some of the language that I think some TSPs were concerned that the language would prohibit them from studying anything other than 2032 in their own analysis, and so we added some clarifications to make sure that they understood they could study the other years as well. It had some comments about the disclosures, particularly around when a load is pursuing substantially similar request when the developer is. And we took the language that we had previously, came directly out of the 5841 PFP. Had some comments about that there was, in Senate Bill 6, there was some language that was limited to Texas. So I think for batch 0, we will limit that to just Texas. And obviously, in the long run, we'll follow whatever comes out of 5841. But I think just for batch 0, we've limited that request to substantially similar requests in Texas. And then add some clarifications around load commissioning plans. And then there were other areas where we felt like we had used maybe inconsistent terminology, and so we made a number of changes throughout the document just to improve that consistency. So we've gone through an internal round of quality control. We're doing that. Another round of that right now, and so that's where, to my comment earlier to Bill, I think we found a number of other issues that are, I would say, mostly just small typos and inconsistencies, some copy-paste errors, and so we intend to, relatively soon, we will file some comments to clean those up so that you guys have a clean version to vote on next week. So that's a summary of the changes that we made. I did want to address some of the changes that we've elected not to make and why we have decided not to make those changes. So we had a number of comments around tippet. So if you look at the language for base loads and how we are thinking about the load ramps, the load commissioning plans for loads that come in as base load in batch 0, we are looking at tippet to the extent that a base load, if their study says that, this load, as an example, if it says, okay, that this is a load that can have 400 megawatts until XYZ transmission upgrade is in place, and once that transmission upgrade is in place, then they can move from 400 to 600. We need a date to model, to include in the model for when does that XYZ transmission project get in place. And so we have, in the language, we point to tippet, but we have gotten feedback that maybe not all of those projects are in tippet today. And to address this, we are planning on doing an ad hoc tippet update in late June, early July. And this would allow TSPs to put in any projects that maybe weren't in tippet. And I think the comment that we'd received is that maybe projects that were maybe just got approved from the board, that maybe some of those aren't in tippet, and so we'll do an ad hoc update after the June board meeting to make sure that we get those in place so we can use those. There was some other comments that suggested that projects that were part of a large load projects that were part of the justification for an RPG project that has been submitted for RPG review sometime after the December 15th date when PGR 115 went in place, that those should be included in batch 0 study load. And we did not see that was appropriate. And the reasons are, one, that RPG process, that RPG process is really meant for transmission projects and determining what transmission projects are needed and what's the appropriate transmission project to address the needs of the system. That really was never meant to be a large load interconnection study. And so we have, when PGR 115 went in, that really closed the door on that, so that all large loads should go through the large load interconnection study process. And so I think we don't really view that as valid going forward. And then the next thing on this is really, if you think about what the studies that we are considering as valid studies, they are all have some kind of ERCOT approval or RPG acceptance of those studies. So it's not merely that you've just submitted a study, but that study has gone through some level of review and has been either endorsed or accepted. And so just submitting a study we did not think was appropriate. And then lastly, just from a practical standpoint, we don't believe that it's feasible. So to go to the extreme, we can't have all 400 gigawatts of loads that are in the interconnection process today. We can't have all of those in batch zero. That would we would not get good study results if we were to do that. And so just wanted to acknowledge that we'd be adding a lot of additional load if we change the criteria here, and would be pushing that study into an area where we just don't think we'd get good study results. So that's on the comments around submitted. I think that there's another flavor of comments that we've had around RPG projects that have been approved. So the comments I was just talking about was more about an RPG project has been submitted, and this large load was part of that submittal. But then there's another flavor that is RPG projects that have gone through the review process, and those RPG projects have been approved either through an ERCOT endorsement or through RPG acceptance in the case of tier 3 projects. And I think there's various versions of this concept out there, but I think for the way that we're looking at it is I think we've drawn a reasonable criteria here where we're looking at when those studies have been completed, and we think that is a good objective criterion that respects the reliability limits of the system. Again, there's some comments out there that again, they say, hey, just change your March 4th date to July 10th. I think the commission has already, blessed our March 4th date on that, and so we're just not really, don't think it's appropriate to go back on that because there's some reliability implications of doing that. And then the last thing is, and Matt touched on this, but it's had a number of comments that have said, hey, if a load is willing to be a PCLR or a WL-PUN, then they should qualify to get into batch zero. And we see that could be problematic. For one, on the PCLRs, if a load goes into batch zero and they say we want to be a PCLR, at the end of batch zero, they can change their mind and they can say we don't want to be a PCLR. We are willing to just take whatever we were allocated. And so this really would then open the door. Again, it opens the door to all 400 gigawatts could claim going into batch zero that they want to be PCLR, and then they could change their mind at the end. And so we think that would not give us good study results. And then I think the second point here is that as we go into this batch zero study, we will be considering what has been learned about the previous large load or through the previous large load interconnection studies, whether that's an RPG project, RPG route studies, or through the LILIS process. We anticipate that we will have some learnings that will help us as we go through that batch zero study. And then lastly, obviously, from a study perspective, every additional large load that comes into the study, even if they're a PCLR or a WL-PUN, we still have to study those loads. That there are still there's added study complexity for every single large load that is included in batch zero. So it's not a free option from a study perspective, and we think puts the timeline at risk. So with that, I will pause. That is all that I have to plan to present, but I'm happy to take any questions that folks have.
Yeah, we have a long queue. I think we're just going to roll through, but we might ask some questions on some topics to defer to later or speed some up so we can kind of batch our substantive topics. I was going to say cluster, but we don't use that. So let's start with Eric Goff.
Eric Goff on behalf of Texas New Buyers Alliance. First of all, we appreciate that you reviewed our comments and included some of our suggestions in the May 11th comments. I'm not going to keep counting how many hours old they are. At some point, it's 2 days old. But we do intend to probably file additional comments based on our last comments just for next week. Not going to get into that right now. I do have just a question on the language that was added related to all local approvals, which is on page 20 of 78. There's the last line says all required approvals and permits must be final and no longer subject to appeal or legal challenge under applicable law. If you search the word appeal, it takes you right there. So that last clause, and no longer subject to appeal or legal challenge under applicable law, I do think maybe opens up a can of worms, because if someone, either like a local opponent to a facility or even their competitor, were to file something, then it could extend that deadline potentially. I don't think that was what you intended to do, and so I would just encourage you to consider ending the sentence at the word must be final, period, and then strike the remaining part of that. I get why you wanted to do it, because technically there's an open-ended thing in theory, but I think it's just a can of worms. And we'll file further comments.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go to Chris.
Chris Montes with Google. I do have other comments on the content, but when Matt was going over the IAA, I had some questions. One, y'all are looking for 19 FTEs. Is that going to even be feasible to hire between now and the commencement of batch 0?
Yeah, so we have a plan. I think what's likely to happen is we will staff those with internal resources from other departments. And so without getting into all the details on the mechanics, this is a high priority for ERCOT. And so we will, essentially we're going to steal and borrow from other groups, and then we'll backfill those other groups. And it would be, no more than 2 people or so that we're stealing from other groups, that those groups are hopefully still functional. But all I'd say is that we do have a plan to staff this up.
And this is really actually trying to be more supportive if you need funds in this area. Did y'all give consideration to contracting for any consulting resources in that event?
And that is part of the plan as well.
Okay. And then my next question, I guess, for the 19 FTEs, my assumption is this is also part of the budget that's going to carry over into batch in whatever is the expectation of this team. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And that's not to say that as we draft that additional set of revision requests, depending on how those turn out, the IA, it could be that we need additional FTEs, so I don't want to leave you with the impression that this is all.
I don't think it's over.
Yeah, I think it depends on the scope of what comes out of that next set of revision requests.
Okay. Am I allowed to ask my other ones, or do you want to?
How many more?
I have at least 2.
Sure.
Thank you. In section 9322B for WL Pun, one of the things is the generator consideration here. It's basically all generator off. And then the limitation is, essentially the limiting or binding limitation is going to be 90% of generator off contingency. What are the considerations for multi-resource behind the meter? Because there are going to be at least some of these where there's 1 to 2, maybe 3 generating assets behind it, and I don't think this language is clear on that.
Yeah. So from a withdrawal limit perspective, it's the withdrawal limit will be without any generation. How much can the grid support? So that will be your withdrawal limit. Now, in real time, obviously, if you have multiple generators and you only lose one, hopefully you're never hitting that withdrawal limit. So that's how we're setting the withdrawal limit. We are looking, and admittedly this is a conservative way to look at it, but from a stability standpoint, we're also looking at can the system handle all of that load without any generation and not hit a stability limit? This is to go to the extreme. If you put a 1,000 megawatt load with a bunch of 1,000 megawatts worth of CTs on a 69 kV line, we're taking a conservative view and making sure that doesn't cause any type of stability or cascading issues. And I think we're open to revisiting that after batch zero, but I think going into batch zero, that's how we're going to think about making sure that we're staying below any kind of stability or cascading limits.
Okay. And then my last one for at least this round, I'll get back in the queue. 9.18, y'all say at any time during the batch zero process, y'all have the right to request supporting validation materials. I think this creates additional uncertainty, and I'm curious if y'all would be open to posing some limits on it. I think if we get to the basically confirmation point, that's probably fair game. But the batch process, right, there's this sort of 6 months initial study, but realistically the entire batch process is about 15 months. And if we're all constantly coming back and forth, I don't think it's really in anyone's interest, and it creates a lot of uncertainty. So would y'all be open to a confirmation of certain things at the confirmation point with the financial studies, however that works, and then moving along from there with these loads having done their due diligence? Because we're kind of going through this right now, right? Where we're recycling all of the stuff and continuously trying to prove that our sites are real. And I think there needs to be a point where it's just like a pens down for both sides.
Yeah, so let me make sure I understand. So when you say the confirmation, are you thinking
after the 6 month period when the study results are posted?
Okay.
When
the study's done.
Yeah.
I think off the top of my head, I'm open to thinking about that, but I would probably want to talk with some folks on our team.
Okay, I think after
we'll
that.
Consider that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I'll get back in the queue now.
You're going to immediately get back in the queue? You'll think about it? Okay. Okay, you can't take Corey from his group to work on batch load. That is my request. So we will move to Blake Holt.
Hey, Blake Holt, LCRA. Jeff, probably the best way to do this is to go to 9211, paragraph 2C. Perfect. So 2 questions based on the comments y'all recently posted. Number 1, thanks for including the valid study criteria for a TSP attestation on an interconnection study that they performed. My question here was, how would that valid study be treated in terms of modeling? I think our thoughts were that it would be subject to Romanet I or little I there in terms of the peak demand in the executed interconnection agreement, but the 2 little I seems to be pretty specific towards RPG related modeling. So curious what y'all's thoughts were there, and does it need to be more specific?
Yeah, so make sure I understand, Blake. So you're asking for a load that had their study is they were exempt from the large load interconnection study process, from the interim process. So how would we model those in the study? I think it is I, but I'm looking at my team and getting head nods. Yeah, we would use the I.
Perfect. Romanet I. Just wanted to make sure we didn't need to get more specific. And then secondly, you could probably scroll down just a little bit to big B there, or pause right there. I guess the recent updates y'all made to include allocation for base loads in the interim years. I think that largely covers our most recent set of comments, so thank y'all for that. We also think that it would be appropriate to extend that same treatment to loads that qualified under the LILIS process that were waiting on an upgrade that was identified in that process. Curious about your thoughts there. Would that kind of fall in the same bucket or different for you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd need to think about that. That's not as automatic to me because of the nature of the LILIS process is to look at what is that ramp schedule where, again, RPG is not. I would need to think about that.
Gotcha. And we had some suggestion for language that would accommodate that. I think within paragraph B here, we can send that over to y'all and let y'all have a look. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay. You good, Blake? John Russ Hubbard?
John Russ Hubbard with TIEC. Jeff, I was hoping to understand ERCOT's intent around the contractor language in 9.2.1.1. I forget what subsection.
I think it's subparagraph F, maybe.
There it is. So in the general contractor provision, it says a general contractor for the load facilities. And I was trying to understand, is ERCOT's intent the interconnection facilities? Is it something broader? What is that?
I'm going to call a friend here to help.
All right. Evan?
This is Evan Rowe. These would be the facilities of whatever the large load is. The substation facilities are separate.
So I guess is it then the whole site? Is that kind of what ERCOT's thinking? A general contractor for the whole site?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think y'all may need to.
I think the best question is directed to PUC staff on that. But yes, that was our interpretation. Is it was a whole site.
This is Bark Joe with the Commission. Yes, that's, I think, an accurate interpretation of the Commission's conversation at the last open meeting.
Thank you for that clarification. I think y'all may need to think about defining load facilities. Right now, facilities is separately defined as equipment situated for the purpose of conducting service and or business through the use of the ERCOT system, which I don't think would be interpreted to mean the whole site. So if that's ERCOT's intent, I'd recommend a separate definition for load facilities, and this carries through the other provisions where load facilities or load facility is mentioned. Like, for instance, there's a section where it talks about if a load changes the characteristics of its load facility. Again, facilities seems to be just referring to the interconnection facilities when that's used in the definitions of the protocols. Thanks.
Fair enough. Thanks. We'll take a look at that.
Okay. Are you good, John Russ?
I'm over
Oh,
here.
you're over here. Why are you over there?
There's no room over there.
They took your spot. Man, too many people here. Okay. Let's go to Ned. How many questions do we have?
2 questions and not related to the comments that we filed yesterday. So these are
okay.
Topical to the list. That
awesome. I trust you.
All right.
Ned Monskask with Vistra. So first question has to do with there was a change that was made in here, and I think it was responsive to AEP's comments as Aaron's running out of the room. Sorry.
She doesn't know you.
It was to make the references to investment grade ratings from Moody's or S&P to Moody's and S&P. And this is just something that came up late as we were reviewing it again late yesterday. Is there a reason that Fitch is not included in the list of the ratings agencies in there?
That's extremely specific. Evan, does somebody from ERCOT have an answer?
I can probably answer that. I think it was forklifted out of the draft rule in Project 58481.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that would make sense as an origin story. And I'm wondering if folks would be amenable to modifying that, understanding that there's a desire to have a plurality of ratings agencies consensus there, but to have, to include Fitch in the list and look for 2 out of 3 unless not rated by, or only rated by 1.
I think Commission staff's perspective is that would be an okay amendment, but that's up to the stakeholders.
That wouldn't really be inconsistent with the rule. It's just sort of very specific. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I wanted to flag that one. Certainly look for feedback from TSPs and DSPs are the ones that have to be accepting this as well. But my understanding is that's the pretty common use case in like the bond market is you look for 2 out of 3. So that wanted to flag that and look for feedback. I think that should be a relatively easy implementation, though, if folks are amenable. The other item is down in section 9.24, paragraph 4. And so I've read this a number of times, and I'm trying to understand what this does in practice, because it's adjusting the load commissioning plan following the batch zero interconnection study, but then it references back to that very specific 9.2.1.1 paragraph 2C to A2, which I think is the one that Blake was just referencing.
Yep.
And that, I think, only applies to, was it D, E, and F in the list?
Yeah. Okay. So let me see if I can address this. So for loads that are studied loads, there's already a requirement that when you do your interconnection agreement, then your interconnection agreement is going to reflect your load commissioning plan. But the comments that we added, based on LCRA's comments, add a path for base load to have studied and allocated loads and allocated load in earlier years. And so you're not necessarily updating your interconnection agreement because they already have an interconnection agreement for their full, however much their megawatts. But we still need the load commissioning plan to be updated, and so that's what this is trying to address. That specific subset needs to have an updated load commissioning plan.
Okay, so this would only apply to those specific subsets. It wouldn't be applying this same adjustment to every load that comes out of batch zero.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That was the piece I was trying to pull together, but that's helpful. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay. Jim, did you happen to be responding to Ned? Okay, it was just coincidental. He asked for feedback from TSPs right when you got in the queue, and I just wasn't sure. Okay, question for ERCOT on things like the credit rating, adding the third party in there that commission staff seems to be okay with. It seems like you might be okay with that. Are those things you're open to making in your next round of comments, or do you want Ned to reach out to you? Just how do we want to keep track of that, or how do we want to get that feedback to you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking at my team, and I'll make a statement and give me head shakes or head nods. So I think we can capture that in our next set of comments. If it looks like TAC members, if everybody's nodding their heads, then we will capture that and put that in the comments that we will put out here soon.
My sense is that's not one anyone's going to feel that strongly opposed to, right? Okay.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Okay, so we'll try to do the head nod method until it stops working.
Thumbs up
But, you know, that small things like that it seems like no one's opposed to, you know, I think it's up to ERCOT if they don't want to make those edits. But if you want to make sure we're keeping track of those for you, or if you want Ned to reach out to you after the meeting, I just wanted to make sure we were capturing that too.
Yeah, that's good. Are we, I have somebody who will capture that.
Okay. Okay, let's go to, okay.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that in our rules, I looked and Fitch is one of the investment grade rating mentioned, so it's in commission rules as well, so we will not oppose it.
Okay.
Thanks, Rika.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. All right, let's go to Bill Barnes.
My question was on the next turn of this, Jeff. It sounds like there will be a cleanup with some of the changes like what Ned suggested. When do we think we'll see that? Because I do anticipate another round of edits on that clean version prior to TAC next Tuesday. So I'm just kind of curious when we may see that draft.
Yeah, so I think it'll be this week. I don't think it will be today. We haven't put an internal deadline on that, but I'm going to say it'll be this week.
Great, thanks. We'll hold any additional comments, if any, for that draft. And then I'm on the agenda for later, so I'm not going to dive deep into these subjects, but just flagging, we definitely want to discuss in more detail the RPG issue. I've got some questions on that, mainly because I think there's a risk to finality of these rules based on that particular subject that I want to talk about with TAC members and explore more. And then also a deadline for submission of steady state or stability studies, which is also on my list to discuss later. So I'm just flagging that for debate after lunch. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Evan.
Evan with Lancium. I've got two questions, but my first, I think, kind of piggybacks off of what Bill was saying. So I think if we just want to defer that to after lunch, that's fine. I'll ask it then. My second is in section 9.3.2.1, which is has to do with the PCLRs. And so I just noted here, and I think we've talked about this before, that here we're saying that the PCLRs will get an MPC based off the LCP that they submitted, not tied to any outcomes of, reliability concerns in the batch. And I know we've talked about how that, those concerns, which would be, voltage or stability violations, would then get resolved through the creation of GTCs or SOLs in the QSA. And so I just am looking here to understand if ERCOT kind of has an expectation for how many new GTCs this could potentially create in real time, or if there's any outcome where we are creating a new SOL that could then have implications for the ability to serve load that is not necessarily PCLR, so maybe incumbent firm load on the system as well.
I think the first question is, I don't have that estimate until we run the study and understand what the system looks like. On the second part, I can't imagine anything, but I haven't thought through that. But just off the top of my head, I can't imagine anything that would impact through a PCLR. Because of that addition, I can't imagine anything that would impact the existing load.
Okay.
So yeah, in my think, just to think out loud, it's the PCLR has that dispatch. We can dispatch that down, and so that I think that would be the mechanism is we try to dispatch that load down to address any kind of reliability issues that were caused by that load addition.
Okay, I hope that would be the case. I'm just kind of thinking through my head, seeing the numbers you had in the introduction of how much could be subject to allocation, which would be eligible for PCLR. So like, say we put 10 gigawatts of it out in West Texas, and that creates a cascading stability issue. Would just having them in SCED be able to solve that, or would we take more conservative approaches that would result in something like a mitigation plan? So I just want that front and center, and I just would hope that this would not jeopardize incumbent loads.
Yep, I understand.
Okay. Where are we? Evan? No. Sam?
Sam Brandon with Agentic Infrastructure. So on this issue relating to PCLR and WL-PUN and, the lack of appetite, I don't know what's going on there, the lack of appetite for including them on that basis in the Batch Zero study. So on the point regarding, this possibility of PCLRs reneging on their intention of being a PCLR and then still getting included in the study, so that point was at least attempted to be addressed in the joint compters filed comments on April 21st, where it basically said if you are included in Batch Zero on the basis of electing to be a PCLR and then at the election stage following the batch process, it basically limited the scope of options you could choose so that you can't pursue just taking your LCP, and so you'd be kicked to Batch 1 if that's what your intention was. I guess, was there a view that language was insufficient for addressing that point, or because that comment wasn't brought up at the time when those comments were originally made?
Well, yeah. So I think that partially addresses, but again, it's the intention for this is not to create an additional eligibility path. It's really to allow the loads that are eligible to be able to take advantage of this PCLR construct, and so I would still go back to. Every load that you add in, it adds study complexity, and so we are trying to limit this to, again, Batch Zero is a transitional batch study that we anticipate that we're trying to get to Batch 1 and beyond, and so I'm happy for new resources to come into Batch 1, but I think for this transitional batch, we think that this is a reasonable boundary.
Okay, so I guess it's more philosophical than any sort of specific stance on, ability to game the system.
Yeah, I wouldn't say philosophical. I think there's practical study limitations, right? We can't, again, I think we all understand, to go to the extreme, we can't study 400 gigawatts of everything that has started the interconnection process in Batch Zero. This is a transitional batch, and we're trying to put a boundary around a reasonable amount of gigawatts that we think that we can study in this, and we think that we have that.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the 70 gigawatt scope is not transitional. That's going to permanently impact the future of Texas. So I don't think that there's really that much of a difference between studying 70 gigawatts versus 400, but in either case, point taken. The comment that we're trying to make is that, the ability to pursue private risk-taking in transmission delivery through PCLR and WL-PUN influences where you can have the most viable projects, which are maximally aligned with the spirit of Senate Bill 6. So basically the problem that we're stuck with is our eligible projects are less aligned or less viable than projects that would be eligible under this pathway. And so because of the legacy adoption of TSP practices informing batch zero eligibility, it's the fundamental reason why we're now going to have less efficient outcomes in batch zero. And so, given this absolute, I've never seen a more consequential moment for grids across the entire United States. I would think that we want to lean into free market principles at every single step rather than adopting the legacy inefficiencies that led us to the batch zero process and the batch transition to begin with. And so, we are obviously very concerned about that. And so I guess my last question here was, so at last week's Ross, we had brought up that if we are going to advance in the batch zero criteria, following these legacy TSP practices, then I think it could be helpful for stakeholders and for the public to understand, is there a difference in the footprint of projects advancing under batch zero criteria versus just the total scope of interest from large load requests, period, versus, what's included in the 2026 RTP, for example. So I guess, was there any thought put to being able to put together that data?
Yeah, Sam. So we've been working on that. Unfortunately, don't have that available for today. But we are working towards that. I'll say just generally speaking, as I look at the data, I don't think that the data does not support, I think, some of the narrative that's been out there on that. But I apologize, I don't have exact numbers to share with TAC today.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Michael Jewell.
Thank you, Michael Jewell, on behalf of Monarch Energy. And Jeff, thank you for all the work on this. This is a monumental task. I want to turn, if we could, to 9.3.1 on page 39. So right here under A, we've got that ERCOT is going to notify the DSP and TSP about the classification as to whether a resource is a base load on August 7th, on or before August 7th. Will ERCOT notify, if they make a notification that a load is not base load, will they say why?
Yes. Yeah. We will include that information.
And so if a load thought that they were a base load and they thought that they had checked all the boxes and they're notified that they're not base load, is there going to be any cure opportunity other than just paying, shifting the financial security?
Looking at my team.
I'm not seeing one right now. That's why I was kind of curious.
Yeah. I don't think that we do, but my team is chatting right now, so let me give them a minute to respond. While Evan is walking out, I will note that we also, you don't have to wait until July 10th to turn information in. We anticipate that we'll start getting that information. So yeah, you don't need to wait for July 10th.
No, absolutely not. I don't think anybody wants to wait until the last minute. But if you thought that you had everything in and you found out from ERCOT on the 7th that, nope, there's something wrong, is there a way to fix it? This is Evan Rowe.
I don't know that we have an answer for that, Mike. We have looked at cure period in the event that the breakdown was from the TSP not notifying ERCOT that something had been completed, and have not found a good way to do that that doesn't have a lot of loopholes. But it sounds to me like yours might be more fundamental. We may need to talk about that over the break and then come back to that.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. But that issue that you're looking at is a very important issue.
Well, we're hoping that the periodic updates are going to answer most of those questions, and that the number of people who might actually not know their answer at the very end is going to be small.
Yeah, no, that'd be good. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Shannon.
Jeff, thank you so much for a lot of the improvements and edits y'all made in your 511 version. One of the first ones I wanted to talk about was Tippett. I like what you're trying to do there and the way you're trying to do it, but something you explained a while ago, though, I still think there's two problems I see that still needs to be refined out of this. You talked about a late June, early July Tippett update, but think about if Lillis, the load commissioning plans, can still keep getting developed through July 10th, and TSPs are going to need some administrative time. They can't retroactively have done things. If you're going to use that approach all the way up for all of these, then you really need to add 3 weeks or something like that to July 10th, which then puts you to August 1st. Or you're still going to have a gap. So there's number one. Number two, we filed some comments yesterday trying to get rid of this concept that you just ever default to 2034, that instead you just must work with the TSP and get the right date. And maybe that is the way to work around these LCP of things that come in at the end or other things. But I just encourage you to look at those two things. Okay. Second item I had was on the zoning site approval things that was in 9211, paragraph 1F, Romanet 3. And I think it's on page 16 on y'all's comments, assuming yours page is the same way mine does. At the April 17th PUC meeting, I see that Barksdale stepped out, but there was commissioner discussion, there he is, around zoning being one of the items for site readiness, and I very much remember that discussion and tuning into it. So I think for the language y'all have added in this round, or a couple rounds here around that, or in this round y'all added a whole lot of things about site approvals. And it's a grab bag that is much bigger than what the commission talked about, and then commissioners, and then separately, a lot of it's very late stage activity. So I'll give you an example. The zoning piece that the commissioners talked about seems absolutely appropriate. So in our comments, we made it to where you have to attest to that you have that, or it's not required. But then the other items that were site approvals, as y'all had them listed, several of those, and I'll give you an example of one, are very late stage activities that are never big risk items. They're simply administrative things that have to be taken care of. So example, floodplain management is one of your items.
Page 20.
He says it's, Michael said it's page 20. It's in 9211, paragraph 1F, Romanet 3. So the floodplain management, it's never a doubt that you can meet it. It's just how much retention pond are you going to create? But more specifically, where on your site are you setting those, and how do those flow into the drainage corridors? And that is tied to where what size of the buildings you're putting and where you're putting them, which we don't know until we have your load commissioning plan. And so in our comments that we filed yesterday, I just turned all of those things into if your in-service date is within the next 12 months, you have to have them done. But for things where, for those, not the zoning, just those, for anything that is longer than that, there's still plenty of time to get them done. Those are later stage activities after we get your load commissioning plan. Third item was over on CIEC. That's in 9211, paragraph 1E, Romanet 7, and then same things in F, Romanet 5. We added in our comments yesterday some clarifying comments that the CIEC must be paid and then in accordance with what the terms of the interconnect agreement, because those terms of the interconnect agreement, much like generation interconnects, TSPs historically and almost always will block those out into a couple of different milestone activities. And these are nearly always terms set and defined by the TSP that, like in this case, the ILLE is just saying, okay, and signing off on it. So we added just that you're doing it in accordance with what's already in the IA. And then number 2, we added some clarifying language that in no case shall a TSP and ILLE be required to amend a pre-April 30th IA to redefine the upgrades where CIEC is required. Just to be abundantly clear, if these IAs were signed before y'all put language out on it, we don't need another fire drill of if it's that IA doesn't perfectly align with this language of having to go renegotiate those, go through all the legal process on the TSP side takes a long time, just to be real honest. So it's a pretty small, minor item, but we've added that. And then the last thing we had was over on security. It's in that same section. It's just a paragraph or 2 earlier. We added clarifying comments that the security of 50,000 a megawatt should be for IAs that came along after Senate Bill 6 was signed and become effective, because pre-existing ones that are deeply in flight, way down the path, there's no legal authority, to be going and requiring different things on those when they're in construction, have been financed for a long time. And so we tried to narrow it to that. And then number 2, clean up some of the language where y'all tried to be very, very specific in an RPG, how something would be counted. Evan made some good comments, I think, the last meeting, kind of pointing out how taken literally what you've got, some of that's like extreme, much, much higher than what TSPs historically have required security for, and just made it uniformly, it's 50,000 a megawatt if security is needed, and left your 0 megawatt if no upgrades are needed. So those are 2 things. After Senate Bill 6 became a law, and then just uniformly 50,000 a megawatt or 0. So hopefully those are things that make sense and y'all could take into account your next set of edits.
Yeah, so Shannon, on the new language, on the zoning and the floodplain and that, I think we'll take that back to staff and make sure that we're correctly interpreting what they've asked us to do. I feel like on the financial security, I think everything you just talked about, I feel like we have already asked that of the commission, and they have already said that what we have done is appropriate.
So you think it's commissioner's intent, and I'd look to Barksdale, for pre-Senate Bill 6 IAs that were executed pre-Senate Bill 6 to have to, and that they're deeply in flight, that those now would have retroactively applied new requirements on them after the law became in effect.
I think any project that's deeply in flight should probably already have a sense of what its interconnection requirements are, and so the placeholder of the $50,000 per megawatt is maybe not the only path for that load, because I think the language of the PGR says it's either the known amount or the $50,000 per megawatt. And so with that context, I also think that my understanding of what the commissioners have talked about is that these are the requirements for any load, irrespective of when it started its process. These are the requirements that the load will have to meet in order to get into batch zero.
Okay. The only reason I was feeling differently is I spoke at the April 17th PUC meeting and made this point about not requiring opening up pre-existing IAs, especially ones that were entered into pre-Senate Bill 6. Clearly, there was no clear direction, but there were a lot of head nods that it seemed to not, that it around that it made sense that pre-Senate Bill 6, interconnect agreements wouldn't need to be renegotiated or have extra requirements applied for those types of projects. Could have been wrong. I'm sure y'all have had a lot of discussion since then. I'd just leave that with you to think about.
Yeah, I guess I'd just say, Shannon, that I respect your opinion and your perspective on how the commissioners received your comments. I know that none of them in that meeting or any subsequent open meeting have directed us to revise the language in that table or in our memos in how we're addressing the financial security commitment pieces.
Okay. Let's move on to Bharath.
Yeah, hi. Bharath Rawalpati Crusoe. My question is about the contract for tenant. So the general practice is that we get base load eligibility, then we go negotiate the contract with the tenant, then we go find a GC and work on the dirt and the zoning aspects. So in here, there are two pathways where even if you don't have a contract for tenant, you can do the dirt and show the zoning aspect and still be qualified as base load in batch zero. So I'm just trying to understand how is this sequentially possible in general? Because you need to have general practice again is for a developer is to have a contract with a tenant before they even go sign a GC.
Yeah, I think I'm probably, I guess I'll say, I think from ERCOT's perspective, we've tried to capture what we think the Commission has provided guidance on, and I think we've gotten confirmation from staff that they feel like we've appropriately captured that. Don't want to speak to the merits of your comment.
Okay. I'll probably talk to Barksdale after this. He's busy. And then I have the second, it's a clarification. At some point there was some note about if the loads cannot show, or if they are in this intermediate, if the base loads are in this intermediate channel of maturity, they need to post 50K and 50% of that is non-refundable. Is that still exists somewhere in the language? I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, so I think it was following the April 17th open meeting, if I remember right, we removed, I think Commission gave us guidance to remove the language about how much, what's refundable and what's not refundable.
Okay.
And so we've removed that from the picker, but commission staff did file comments. I think it was the April 29th comments. I think it was their April 29th comments where they laid out sort of their guidance on what they on what the refundability, how they were reviewing that. So that's, I think, giving direction to stakeholders on where their thinking is. Obviously, it's not a formal rule. It's just comments, but at least I think their intention. I don't want to speak too much for them, but I think that they were trying to give guidance. Obviously, that'll be firmed up in the 5841 rulemaking, but yeah, there's nothing in the picker that describes what that refundability is.
Okay. I guess can we talk about the contract for tenant now that Boxdale is free?
I apologize for having my attention in a different place.
I wanted to talk about the contract for the two paths that are laid out for base loads. One is LLE, notice to proceed, contract for tenant, and the second one is the GC and zoning. It's general practice that you get a base load approval, then you go find a tenant, sign the contract, and then go sign with the GC to turn the dirt on in that sequence. So unless you have a contract for tenant, you probably will not go find a GC and sign with them. So I'm trying to understand if this is backwards or is there a rationale to that second path?
Look, I mean, you and I have talked privately, and I've talked with a lot of developers individually about this. I think the commissioners have also talked about it publicly in their open meetings. What we're trying to do in Picker 145, and sorry for the redundancy, and people are tired of hearing me say this, but we're trying to identify projects that are real. And current business models, I think everybody, I shouldn't say that. I think many people would agree with the statement that the current business model is not the best way to determine which projects are quote unquote real and which ones are more speculative. We have an understanding that many developers, for perfect business sense, will identify multiple sites for a handful of projects. And we'll see which ones are the most viable, and then once that becomes clear, move forward with that individual site or those, 2 or 3 sites out of a potential 10. And yes, of course, I'm making up numbers. So we know, if just using this example of 10 potential sites for 2 possible projects, 8 of them are not real. I don't know which ones. Maybe you don't know which ones. But we can't continue in this cycle of throwing everything into the hopper and see which ones shake out, because that's what has created, among other issues, what's created this need for the development of Picker 145. And with that context in mind, we have continued to evolve how we are defining what is a quote-unquote real project for batch 0. Because getting into batch 0 as a base load, you are getting your megawatts and you are getting your LCP. And so the last iteration in which we said, show us that you have a contract for power supply and you have lower financial commitment requirements, or if you can't do that, show us you have a contract for an end-use customer and you have higher financial commitments. Either one of those can get you into the base load for batch 0. We heard that the contract for power supply was really too far down the line. That's a, kind of 6 months out from energization part of your development cycle. And so we tried to adjust that to something that was more reflective of what we thought that middle category of the kind of medium mature project cycle would be. I think the commissioners, when we presented this idea at the last open meeting, they agreed with that adjustment. And I am certainly not authorized to speak for them beyond providing whatever my interpretation is, what Barksdale's belief is, or what commission staff's understanding of that conversation is. But I myself am just my sympathy for continuing to change PGR 145 to go back to meet what the current business development process is. I'm losing sympathy for that argument because we're chipping away and chipping away and chipping away, and soon we're going to be back at 400 gigawatts in batch zero. So I think this is a really long-winded answer. I'm sorry, but I can't see staff supporting additional changes to this. I certainly don't know that we have time to go back to the commissioners to get their support for this. That's probably would have been the best, shortest answer, because I don't have another open meeting before next week's final vote at TAC.
So that means that whatever is published in the table will be logged in.
Look, I think any revision request has to go through the stakeholder process. And the members of the Technical Advisory Committee will cast their votes based on what they think is the best for the market and based on the guidance that their own individual companies and the market and the regulatory agencies have provided.
Can I ask the same? I had a clarification question about the 50% non-refundability. Is that still existing for these intermediate stage projects, or is that taken away? That was my second question.
Well, we talked about this last time. Nothing has changed in that, and that will be addressed in the rulemaking.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. We're going to take a break just in a minute. We're going to let Jim Lee ask his question, and then we'll take a break.
Thanks. Jim Lee with CenterPoint. So hopefully this is not a controversial issue. As we discussed this with Team ERCOT last week, and it was probably an inadvertent oversight. But previously, CenterPoint filed comments on Section 952 on the short circuit analysis, intending to capture a kind of a small but important clarification on those roles and responsibilities. So I think in talking with ERCOT staff, they acknowledged that it was probably an inadvertent oversight, but we wanted to add back in clarifying language that the short circuit cases would be developed by ERCOT based on the base cases posted in paragraph, 3 here. So it would be changes to paragraph 2 there that Jeff has on the screen, and if ERCOT and TAC agree, I think we would like to get these added back in either through the follow-up cleanup comments ERCOT intends to put together, or CenterPoint can file clarifying comments to this. So just looking for direction from ERCOT on which way to proceed. But I think hopefully this is non-controversial, as it was kind of agreed to make sense.
Okay, I don't remember agreeing to that, Jim, so I would need to take that back and discuss that with the team.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Rowe has some of that background, so.
Okay, yeah. Maybe on the break.
Perfect.
Y'all can touch
Happy to
base.
do that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I think we will take a break and come back and do our 5 issues. Go through any other comments, Ned and anybody else. I think let's have some conversations during the break. I think this was mostly a good discussion. Martha and I'm looping you in with me, would like to eliminate some of the conversations that we've had over and over again for next week. So to the extent we can do that, it doesn't sound like we'll take a vote on this week unless somebody makes a motion. But I know ERCOT has some cleanup and has agreed to a couple other things. So I think let's think about how to streamline this for next week and really focus on the issues where we may be able to make some changes between today and next Tuesday. Reasonable? Okay. How long do you guys want? 45 minutes? 1:15? Okay. See you at 1:15. Ready, Corey? All right. We are going to attempt a combo ballot, but we need to go back to NPRR 1264. You want to speak to it, Ned, or do you want ERCOT to speak to it?
Yeah, I'm happy to at least tee it up since I was the one that teed this up in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned that when you make a mess, it's important that you clean it up.
Make it.
That's a back to basics life principle. So, I want to first of all apologies to y'all because I know that took some time this morning, and there was a change in the approach to this NPR that I hadn't appreciated, and as I was looking through it and searching for the word 10, because that was something I had flagged earlier. I'd missed that the structure had changed to no longer insert the EAC in that particular paragraph and was now moving it somewhere else where it's not even addressed. So the third party administrator can have 10 years, it could have 100 years, it could have an unlimited number of years. That's not specified in here, and so it's not a limiting factor. So apologies that I publicly failed my reading comprehension test. You can hold me back a grade if that's appropriate.
So earlier the item we had on the combo was recommend 1264 as recommended by PRS, as revised by TAC. So now we would be going back to just as revised by as recommended by PRS.
That's I believe so.
And that's
Corey
okay
shaking
with
his head and shaking her head, and Catherine shaking her head.
with ERCOT, with Ned, with Eric Goff, who's not in the room. But I decided it was okay with him. Okay, so that will be on the combo ballot. I would propose tabling NPRR 1325 on the combo ballot. And then also, since we are spending a substantive amount of time on it, or substantial amount of time on it, I would propose also putting on the combo ballot both waive notice for PGR 145 and table PGR 145. Corey made a face, but he told me it was okay earlier. Because otherwise it looks like we just didn't take it up today.
Okay is a little strong, but...
Is that fine is it okay-ish with everyone in the room? Lowercase okay. The word okay, not the two letters.
We've had issues in the past where if the will of the group is that it will be unanimously in all of those instances, we've allowed the daisy chaining together. And at TAC, it's 2/3 vote, so the clearance level is the same for all of it. So it certainly could be pulled off and run individually if somebody wanted to vote differently on the waiving of notice, but then afterwards vote differently on the tabling. So much like any other combo ballot item, if any voter feels strongly one way or the other, we can pull it off and run as many individual ballots as needed. But
Clayton. Okay. Anybody feel strongly about not having that on the combo ballot? All right. Corey, let's go ahead and do the combo ballot.
Okay, give Susie and Ann a chance to double check me. So we pulled 1315, ran that separately. We've run 1330 separately. So I believe these are the remaining items that you'll have. Cool. Then
Okay.
we'll be looking for a motion in a second on this.
So we need a motion in a second. Bob? Second. Ned? There's not a lot of energy in those motions.
All right.
It's because Clayton ruined it. Okay.
All right. On motion to approve the combo ballot, we will start up with the consumers with Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mike?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Mark Dreyfus? Yes, thank you. Nick? Nick Fahrenbach, you with us? I saw him come off mute. You can take in chat if you need to. I'll loop back to you, Nick. How about Beth?
Yes.
Thank you. Will?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our co-ops. Blake?
Yes.
Thank you. Kyle?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. John?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe Dan for Mike?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. On to our independent generators. Ned?
Yes, thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Brian?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Bob?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Caitlin?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our IPMs. Jeremy?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Seth?
Yes.
Thank you. Shane for Reshmi? And Ian, I've got your yes in chat. Thank you. On to our IRA. Bill?
Yes.
Thank you. Jay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Yes.
Thank you. Jen? I got your yes in chat, Jen. Thank you. And then Nick, I got your yes as well. Thank you. On to our IOUs. Martha?
Yes.
Thank you. Keith?
Yes.
Thank you. Abby?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes.
Thank you. On to our munis. Alicia?
Yes.
Thank you. Jose?
Yes.
Thank you. Curtis? Got your yes in chat, Curtis. Thank you. And Diana for David. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all.
Okay. Anything else before we get back to the... Oh, there's Shane. He missed the vote. All right. Excuse me? Or what was Brian's? I hate this. Yes. All right, let's go back to the batch items. We were going to start back up at the kind of issue list we had. I don't know if we need to pull it up on the screen. But the first one is in two parts. It's the applicable RPG dates for inclusion in batch 0, and then review the trade-offs of inclusion of RPG projects in batch 0 in accordance with a few sets of comments. So I think, are we starting with Clayton, and then Bill Barnes, are you tagging in here at some point?
Sure.
I have Reliant.
Yeah, I want to look like Ned today. Went to his stylist. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here to talk about the RPG aspects of PGRR145. Our request is going to be that we include the originating loads in those loads, and let's go through the issues one at a time. Okay. What do I, little help.
Sorry. You just have to click over into this window to like activate that this is the active window now. So if you mouse wheel or keys, it should work.
Okay, cool stuff.
Do you have a definition of originating loads?
So originating loads were the ones that were studied in the projects themselves. So you have originating loads that were in the RPG. The TSP studied those loads, made sure that they developed enough projects to serve those loads, and then those were submitted as a study into the RPG process.
Okay, you'll have to check the minutes to make sure we understood correctly. But thanks, Clayton.
Got it. This presentation was posted in that zip file, right? Okay, good. All right, let's get started then. So how we got here?
This and the list of items are all under, I think, the batch items folder, something like that, posted to the TAC page.
Okay, very good. I got to tell you, this is a little bit different presentation than I'm used to giving. I usually have like a Walmart level, and this is more like a JCPenney's, so I might have a little bit of trouble with it. On the how we got here. So we have a load interconnection, large load interconnection process. There was huge Bitcoin mining loads, and then we started to get data center loads. In March of 2022, ERCOT said we have to go to an interim process to get these large loads interconnected. And we'll swing back to that in a second. PGRR115 last December codified that process on December 15th of last year. And then just 3 days later, they announced that we're moving to the batch study process, which is why we're here today. In southern DFW, kind of in the area around Lancaster, Red Oak, all the way down to Venus, where our site is looking to interconnect, it became a huge hotspot for data center load. Oncor was inundated with requests, and so they came back to us and said, okay, we're stopping this. They came to the same conclusion that ERCOT did. These one-off studies isn't going to get it because you have too many more loads coming in and you just can't keep up with it. So instead of doing a standard one-off study, they decided to do what they called a cluster study at that point. It's the batch study process that we're looking at today. This developed a project. It was the Southern DFW Load Interconnection and Grid Strengthening Project. That was approved in March. And then they kind of modified over into what I would consider the ERCOT batch study process, which is the regional transmission plan, and started utilizing the regional transmission plan projects and extracting their loads and their projects, their transmission projects out of those, and used that as the batch study process. And that's what became the Set 1, Set 2 that we approved, or that ERCOT's put in for recommendation on Monday. Any questions on that? That was a lot of words. Okay, so what Cholla filed. We have a 703-acre site in the Venus area. We submitted a Phase 1 interconnection request in October of 23 on that site for 400 megawatts. We followed that up with another 2,000 to kind of finish out that site. It's a huge site. So we filed the 2,000 megawatts in March of 24. February of last year, Oncor came to us and said, we're on your Phase 1 approach, or your Phase 1 set of load. We're going to put 150 megawatts into the Southern DFW project. The other 250 will go into these RTP projects. And Oncor told us at that time the target in-service date is 2028 for those. And there's some numbers that matter. The first two we've just talked about. There's a key number here, the 1+ years. That is the Southern DFW project approval time. The normal time for an RPG project is 150 days. If it goes beyond that, ERCOT has to request additional time. This didn't just go past 150. It went past another 150 and then a third 150 before it finally got approved. And then two numbers I want to highlight here on the bottom. 2.9 gigs of additional load was approved in that project over the initial studied amount. And then the studied amount, as I understood it from Monday's meeting, was 11 gigawatts over in the DFW area alone, 11 gigawatts over what was initially contemplated for the RTP sets. So now we get to the problem. The problem is these loads were submitted as an RPG project, not as an LLIS. We had talked about when the LLIS was created. Of note is that LLIS was only supposed to be used in that initial market bulletin for loads that were going to be within 2 years. If the load was going to be past 2 years for installation, then they were supposed to use the normal process, which is the RPG process. So, in my understanding, Oncor did what they were requested to do by ERCOT. However, the RPG has a different level of care and management than an LLIS set of studies. For the LLIS set of studies, the load is confidential, the studies are confidential, nobody else can access those studies. In the RPG process, the amount of the load is public, all of the projects are public, and the problem that was created here is other TSPs were able to use those projects to justify their own loads. The only, ironically, the only people that don't have access to those RPG projects are the submitting entities and the loads that were submitted with them, because they have to wait. That is their LLIS study. They have to wait until it's all the way complete, and then they receive their interconnection. So instead of, RPG projects are treated as generic capacity. So the ones that are generic, it's efficient to do this kind of a thing. So you ask, why would other TSPs be allowed to grab these RPG projects and use them for their own? It's because it's efficient whenever it's dealing with RPG projects for, general load upgrades, congestion management, things like that, things that are great ideas. With load-specific projects, what you wind up doing is double counting. So you have the loads that were originally included in the studies, and then you've got all these new loads that were able to use those same projects. So you get an overcounting of the megawatts that it can deliver. The problem with DFW was it took over a year to approve. So during this year while this thing hung out there, all the other TSPs were allowed to come in and say, okay, that project is great for my load over here. That solves my congestion problem, and so on. And so you had a situation where ERCOT comes in today and says, okay, we can't allow these to move forward because we don't have a study that shows all this load can be served simultaneously. So picture is worth 1,000 words here. This is essentially, in a nutshell, what happened. You had Oncor that developed a massive, 3 very large sets of projects. That was the original Southern DFW project, as well as the 2 load sets that were approved on Monday. Those hung out in the RTP process. Oncor had to tell their loads, you got to wait until these things are approved. Meanwhile, all the other TSPs were loading up. So we wanted to point out another parallel here is the Permian Basin loads. Those loads have been allowed, and they've been specifically allowed to move forward. So it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that these are RPG related, because ERCOT has specifically assigned, Permian Basin loads that are RPG, similar treatment, base load treatment in the batch. And then this was a bit galling to me. This was the slide that ERCOT used to say that this is the reason why we shouldn't allow these RPG projects to move forward like they are, the loads in these. And what they've done 3 critical errors. They're demonstrating 3 critical errors in here. One is they're showing these RPG projects as being late filed projects. So you have these early filed LLIS projects supposedly that are being displaced by late filed RPG projects. That's actually reversed. You couldn't even have an RPG project if you didn't have the load that had applied, and so those loads that have applied were well in advance of even the RPG project. So you have loads like ours filed in 2023 that are now being displaced by loads that were filed in 2025. It's actually the reverse. The other key piece is this reliability-based sequencing phrase that ERCOT has come up with. And what that essentially means is the date on which the studies were approved. And as we just mentioned, that's also a fallacy, because these studies that are being approved with the projects that were included for another load. That load had to wait until the very end. So you have all these other projects that, of course, they were approved beforehand because they're the only ones that could access that capacity, those megawatts. The loads that these were dedicated to couldn't even access them until approval. And so that's why that's a fallacy. So we're, One thing I did want to ask Barksdale is, Jeff keeps coming back to the fact that the commission has approved this plan. Was this what you were relying on, or what were you relying on, or what was the thesis behind the quote commission approval of not including a lot of the RPG loads like our own that have been waiting years? I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're asking me to tell you what each commissioner was thinking when they endorsed the concepts around which studies would be accepted as valid, which I think is not really an appropriate question for me to try to answer.
Okay, that's fair. That's certainly fair. I thought it was your recommendation, but I guess that was not the case.
You asked me what the commission was thinking when they approved
what were
the concepts.
maybe I would ask you, Barksdale, what you think about this.
What do I think about your slide here?
What do you think about this entire issue? That we've had loads that have been in since 2023, 2024. They were given this one avenue. We didn't have any other way to get approved. Oncor created the studies. They did everything that ERCOT asked them to do. We did everything Oncor asked us to do. We get to the end of this process, and now we're finding that other loads have been allowed to use the projects that were included in our studies. And what we're being told is now you have to wait. These other projects take priority over yours.
Yeah, I guess I can't weigh in on what any individual load or RPG project experienced through the last 2.5 years of all of the turmoil and the transmission planning that's been going on here. And we've talked about several times that there have been a lot of contributing factors to the chaos that it has caused. I am sympathetic to any individual customers or utilities experience with any individual project. And I have said from the outset that PGR 145, or the batch process, even before PGR 145 was envisioned, the batch process is going to create a set of winners and losers. And there is no getting around that. And so the objective for the commission and then for ERCOT and then for the stakeholders is to create a set of objective criteria by which we select those winners and losers. So that no one in this room or no one at the commission or no one at the Capitol can be accused of saying, I want project A or I want project B. And I think the process that has led us to today has tried its level best to achieve that.
Yeah, I don't envy you your role here. That you're being asked to do a lot, and you're being asked to stick your neck out a lot. I would say that, in my mind, that if we had an entity, like it's a preposterous idea to say that you have two LLIS programs, and I in my LLIS can ask another LLIS, ask ERCOT to grab the capacity from theirs and throw it in mine. I came, especially whenever I came over a year later, and say, okay, use their capacity for mine. For the LLIS process, that never happened because all that stuff is kept hidden. The problem here is we have an RPG process that was open. It was public, and that capacity should have never been allowed to be used, but it has been. So we are where we are. The thing is what do we do now? We don't need to cover this. I just covered it. So the issue here is there's a couple of recommendations that we take these loads that have been waiting for years in the queue, and let's throw them in batch zero as batch zero studied, and that's at least better than nothing, but it may only be just better than nothing. Because especially in the southern DFW area, Oncor is already quoting transmission installation projects in 2034. So if we can presume that whenever this batch study clears, it has projects that clear, that are needed for the service of additional load. What does that put it at? Is it 2035, 2036, and on? So it basically eviscerates the value of any projects that have been in the queue and waiting. So what we proposed was to move that date to July 10th. That would capture the Southern DFW project. It would capture the RTP sets that have been approved on Monday, and let those loads move forward as Batch Zero base. We're not asking ERCOT to do anything that is unreliable. What we would propose is if there are projects that were approved that, and I think the term you're using, Jeff, was invalidate. We need to invalidate those studies and let those projects go in as Batch Zero studied because they came later. There was priority here, and everybody else followed the plan. There are some mitigating factors. I mentioned earlier the 2.9 gigawatts of additional capacity approved in the Southern DFW projects and the 11 gigawatts that was studied and I believe able to be served by those RTP sets. That's a great start. I think that probably satisfies a lot of those loads. I know that you have to study as to whether that's possible or not, and I believe those studies have commenced. And to the extent that all the load can be served, this becomes a non-issue. So that may be a huge mitigating factor. I would also say that the TSPs themselves can provide some mitigation by bringing in additional help. Contract engineering, contract construction teams, try to move some of those timelines up. I mean, 6 years is quite a bit of, you can move quite a bit of heaven and earth in 6 years to get projects done. So hopefully there's something that maybe can be done on the TSP side. And then also on the load side, we've got these new tools, PCLR, we've got WL puns that can also be used on the load side to try to help improve the situation as well. If we all work together, I think we can come up with something that makes sense for everyone. I will say there is actually one more mitigating factor that I forgot to include in my slides, and that is the financial security. We have a tentative FEA that has been sent to us. That tentative FEA has our portion of I believe, the Southern DFW projects in that. So everybody talks about how horrible the 50,000 per megawatt is. Our number came up to 206,000 a megawatt. So I think that's going to be applied to all the Oncor loads. I doubt that has been applied to any of the other loads that are in this study, because I'm sure that from that other TSP standpoint, these are system project improvements that were already coming, and they didn't need to securitize for that. So if we have some level of security required for those loads as well, I think that's going to help clear out some of the stack as well. With that, I will take questions.
Okay. Jeff?
Hey, Clayton, thanks for the presentation and the comments. Maybe first question, so your loads that you're talking about, are they in the LLIS process?
Oncor, I believe you've gotten, I think they went in to file those in December 15th. Our LLIS number on our Venus?
I'm sorry, Clayton, I don't have the details of that.
Okay.
I apologize.
I believe it is. They weren't originally in the LLIS process because they were past the 2 years and they weren't supposed to be in the LLIS process. So whenever PGR 15 came in, my understanding, what we've been told, is whenever PGR 115 made them come in and apply in the standard, put all those loads in. So going back to that original market bulletin, you had, if your load was past 2 years, you were supposed to use the RPG process to get those loads approved.
Well, yeah, clarification is you had to use if you were before 2 years, but you could use the LLIS process, and many did, even if they weren't within that 2 year period.
Well, there wasn't
point of clarity.
There wasn't a cluster study LLIS process.
Yeah, we don't have an official cluster batch study process today, which is what we're trying to.
Batch study is the cluster study.
We're trying to set that up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So they used the only tool that they had available to them.
Well, I mean, I would dispute that. I would say that LLIS process was an available tool as of 2022.
So after 2022, you had the interim process. That interim process said that if you had criteria on that,
Yep.
and if it was greater than 2 years, it was supposed to go through the other process, go through the RPG process.
It was optional. There's optionality there.
Okay, well, even if there was optionality, there was no way, there wasn't a process for a cluster study inside of that LLIS. Is that the question? I'm trying to figure out what the question is.
I'm just trying to understand. You keep making a point about, hey, that there was no other option. I think that there were other options. You could have gone through an LLIS process.
Oncor let us know that was not an option because there were too many loads. I think it's the same conclusion that ERCOT has come to today, so I'm a little confused.
Okay. So you're
on that point, yeah. And I see, if I could interrupt you, Jeff, I see Liz coming to the table because it would help me to have Oncor as part of this discussion as well.
So I'm not prepared to go through this chapter and verse, but I guess, Jeff, the way we viewed it is there was optionality. Yes, an LLIS was permissible, and yes, an RPG was permissible. Because of the circumstances in South Dallas, we thought it would be more appropriate to undertake an RPG because then we could bundle many customers and undertake that RPG study in lieu of multiple individual LLIS studies.
Okay.
And
Thanks
the
for the
key,
clarification.
And from my perspective, again, just to keep it, provide a different voice, from my perspective, one of the challenges we're facing here is we've had multiple processes, primarily TSP driven, that now we have to kind of shift and become ERCOT driven. And different, if you were talking to a different TSP, the outcome might have been different because of that. Different TSPs have different processes. But somehow we've got to smush all of this together in some sort of cogent process that's going to be applicable ERCOT-wide.
Right. So, and I think one of the things that I want to make sure is not missed in all of this, the RPG projects, those sets of projects, those were our LLIS. Those were our studies. And
I've heard you say that.
Okay.
I think I've heard Oncor say that's how they were thinking about it. And what I hear ERCOT saying is, no, you should have done this other LLIS. Am I hearing the three of you appropriately?
I'll say from ERCOT's perspective, I don't want to say that you should have. I think you're right in that different TSPs had different processes. I don't think anybody was acting out. Nobody was acting nefarious in that. Everybody was doing the process that they felt was appropriate because we didn't have a standardized process. And like you said, we were trying to smush this all together to come up with going forward, we need to have a standardized process. I think when we conducted our interviews with individual stakeholders, I think that was one of the things we heard loud and clear is that we have different rules that are being applied differently across different TSPs, and we need to come up with a standard process. Understanding this transition is it's going to be painful, but going forward, when we get to batch one, our goal is to have a standard process that everybody follows.
Okay.
Sorry, I had a few more questions.
Okay.
Clayton, are you proposing that, or do you think that projects that went through the RPG process, that they have a reservation, that they now have transmission rights to that transmission capacity?
They should, yes.
Okay.
And that is the most efficient solution because those projects were developed specifically for those loads. Like I just said, you have LLIS studies being done by, for an individual load, the TSP does the LLIS study that's specifically for that load, to serve that load, has a set of projects that are needed to serve that load. This was a grand LLIS that was allowed to be used by other people. That's not done in the regular LLIS, and it shouldn't have been allowed here, but that's where the system broke down. Whenever other projects were able to point to, hey, we've got this huge South Dallas set of projects over here, that solves all my problems, and ERCOT says, okay, sounds good, that's when the problems arose, because y'all didn't earmark those megawatts as being reserved.
So why do you think other TSP's projects have used that capacity?
If they haven't used that capacity, then that capacity is freely available, and you can put all these loads into batch zero base.
Okay.
And that may be what you find. Yeah. I know you're doing your studies.
Yeah.
That may be what you find. If you find that out, this is a non-issue.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess so. Is it you're more speculating that there may be other TSPs that have used that?
If no other TSP has used that capacity, then that capacity is available today for the loads that it was intended for, and everybody should be fine with it going into batch zero base. If that is not the case, it would only be if that is not the case and other TSPs were allowed to use that you would have the double counting issue and potentially need additional projects to serve all the load.
Okay.
I am significantly encouraged by the fact that whenever we went through these processes, these RPG processes, it wasn't solving just for the capacity, but solving for quite a bit more, because I think that gives us some buffer for some of those mistakes to have been made.
Yeah, and like I said, we're still doing that analysis, but I will tell you, I know there's been this narrative that, it's Oncor did something different, and so we've been disadvantaged. I'll tell you, when we checked last week, Oncor has more load that is qualified as base load than any other TSP.
They should. They're the largest TSP in the state.
And within the north central weather zone, well, name any particular counties, the vast majority is Oncor load. That is qualified as base load
up there, so good.
So, yeah, and then maybe my last question is, I want to be clear, because I think I heard you say this, it's not just moving that March 4th to July 10th, it is what you would do to maintain that reliability is loads that have been validated through the LLIS process could potentially be, today we would say they're base load, you would move those to studied load,
yep.
And you would move these other loads ahead.
Exactly, because what you're proposing is you're invalidating my studies, and not just mine, all the loads that were in these processes that were justifying these Southern DFW projects and the RTP projects, you're invalidating those studies. So what's better? The people that justified the projects and that the projects were done for, like the LLIS process, or the people that were allowed to use it after the fact?
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
Okay, let's sort of see how stakeholders feel and get some questions and comments here. Seth?
Yeah, Clayton, Seth with VTOL. So what's the trade-off here? So let's say that we move this date out. What are all the moving pieces? What falls out of that?
So the moving pieces would be you would have batch zero base assignment for more loads to make sure that we can do that reliably. I mentioned on the mitigation slides, and I believe ERCOT has already started a process of trying to validate to see, okay, we've got all this new capacity, we have all these new loads, let's see what can be served together. If certain loads have to fall out, I would recommend those be taken from the loads that came in last, the ones that were last in line that were approved at the end, and validate those and put those in as batch zero studied.
Okay. It sounds like if you make this change, then it creates different sets of winners and losers, or does it increase the pie that they study, or?
Well, they've already increased the pie. That's the good thing. We've got, instead of just 4 gigs out of the Southern DFW, they approved 6.9 gigs of load service capability. In the Southern DFW, if I read the chart right, compared to the original 24 projects, in DFW there was an additional 11 gigawatts that was studied and I think able to be served in those projects as well. So
Clayton, I want to be careful because the other projects you're talking about have not yet been approved. They're coming before TAC. They'll go before the board.
fair enough. Yeah, they were endorsed by ERCOT Monday. They go to TAC, and then they'll go to the board June 1st. So, point well taken.
Okay. I guess I'm still trying to appreciate why not just do this? Maybe that's a question for ERCOT. Like, what is the trade-off? What problem does ERCOT see with Cholla's proposal?
Yeah, so this is Jeff. So I think the challenge here is that it's not. We're trying to come up with a criteria that is based on when the studies are complete, because that is we feel that is a more objective way to look at to study these, and that is also gives certainty to the stakeholders as they're moving forward. So in other words, you wouldn't want to have loads that think that they have valid studies that then on July 9th they become invalidated. We're trying to provide that certainty along the way.
So just so you understand, what Jeff is proposing is that you go by the completed study date. The problem is these other projects were completed because our process existed. Our sets of projects existed, and we were not allowed to move forward until they were approved. So while we're waiting for our projects, waiting over a year for those projects to be approved, you have other TSPs that are coming in well after the fact and grabbing those projects and saying, hey, that serves my load. My load is satisfied because these projects were available. They tag those, they turn their studies into ERCOT, ERCOT gives them approval. So if our RTP process had been locked like it should have been, or kept, treated like an LLIS type project to where nobody could see those projects, we would be fine. What would happen is those projects would be going into restudy, and that's what we're asking them to do. They need to go into restudy through the batch process. So if you wanted to kind of try to keep apples to apples, that is the most apples to apples approach.
Okay, can we move on? Okay, Bill.
Thank you. This is like exactly the discussion I was hoping to have on this particular subject, and why I asked for it to be included on the agenda. Mainly a couple things. One is I've heard from more than a handful of companies in Clayton's situation, and as a neutral party that's not subject to this, they make a very compelling argument, and we want to be as fair as we possibly can. The worst case scenario out of all of this is that we end up with a set of rules that are in court for 2 years, and we don't know what the actual batch zero or batch process is going to be until that's resolved. We want to try to avoid that if we can. That's why we're having this conversation. First is just my ignorance and not knowing enough about some of these particular processes. I'm hoping to learn what about an RPG study is different than a load interconnection study in terms of reserving capacity on the transmission system for that particular load, such that we wouldn't want to include these. That's what I'm missing, that kind of fundamental piece as to why we don't think an RPG study that assesses the capabilities of the transmission system doesn't accomplish what a load interconnection study does. I'm sorry, I'm looking at you, Jeff. I hope you can educate me.
Jeff, question?
Yeah, so I think that we, I can debate LLIS versus RPG. I think that we have said that we're okay accepting RPG projects as a valid study. And the particular project that Clayton mentioned, we're happy to accept that as a valid study. I think it's the question is more the priority. Is there is it an open access system, or have these loads made a reservation on that for that capacity. I think that's more the question is, do they have a right to that transmission, or do we say it's open access?
Okay. And Seth asked this question, which was also exactly what I was hoping to cover as well as part of this discussion, is the trade-offs. Because I do think there's policy decisions, and I understand the concern about having too much load qualify in batch zero as base load, because that will turn into operational reliability problems. Completely get that. In terms of allowing more projects to be included in the studied load, to me, that's a stakeholder decision. You're going to have some stakeholders that know they're in as a studied load. They're going to have to sacrifice some of their capacity to other loads that we let in, which is why we need to have this debate, because the fairness issue remains. What concerns does ERCOT have about having the tent be too broad for studied loads that could qualify?
Yeah, and Bill, I don't think that's the debate here. From what I understand, Clayton's proposal is it's more the loads that we have already allowed in as base load and studied load, because if that load fails the study validity test, that load is still allowed in as study load. So this is more which of those loads are base load and which of those loads are studied load. It's not letting more in or anything like that.
Okay, and then you may not know this, but I was also wondering if there's a way to quantify the amount of additional loads that would be included under the various proposals. Cholla's, AEP had a proposal, and then the United Co-op with Sailfish. I wasn't sure if ERCOT's had an opportunity to kind of look at the numbers and if you have anything to report to us on that.
Yeah, so I think on Clayton's proposal, it's the same amount of load. It's just how you're deciding who's going to be base load and study load.
Okay.
I think the AP proposal would add, I think we were looking at 40-ish gigawatts of additional load to be studied load. And I think we do have a concern with that because
40 on top of like how much?
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Ben.
You said 40 gigawatts of additional studied load. Well,
Yep.
Is that 40 on top of 5 or 40 on top of 50?
40 on top of 70 that's already in base. I'm using last week's numbers. These are changed. We're updating these every week. Should have another update today. But yeah, so those are changing. So it's 40 on top of 70 that's already in base load and studied load. And so, I think we do have a concern with that we're going to be more into needing to add generation that has not met the requirements to be in the planning guide in order to get that case dissolved and get meaningful results. And then have not pulled the numbers on the co-op issue.
Okay.
I think we have some concerns with that around creating objective criteria around how you would include the loads that fall into that situation.
Okay. Thanks for the information, Jeff.
I want to step back to one of the things Jeff said. He said that because we're asking for that load to be reserved for our loads, it's somehow not an open access system. So I guess, Jeff, in your mind, every LLIS study that has been produced and reserved for the load that applied with that LLIS is defying this open access theory that you're creating.
I think we've been very clear. We do not think that there is an reservation system that, as there is, as I think some people have said, think about it as.
The LLIS study process is a reservation system. You are going out there and you're saying, this is my load and this is the capacity that I need to serve that load. These are the projects that I need to get built to serve my load. That is a reservation. And the RPG in this case, was the LLIS study. This was the steady state set of studies for this large group of loads. So they're not asking for a reservation. They're asking for treatment similar to the rest of the LLIS. And to get back to Bill's original question is what's the difference between an LLIS versus an RPG? The RPG process is public. They may not know which load it is, but you know exactly what load is going where. You can see the projects that are being done. None of that exists in the LLIS. So all that stuff is kept hidden. And because it's kept hidden, I can't go and access that project and say, hey, I need that one. You know, I need that more than they do. Give it to me. And that's what happened here was you had these projects in, all of us were waiting, and while we were waiting, you had other people saying, hey, I need that project for mine. It's in the RPG. It's in the open water. I can take it.
Okay. Can I move on to more questions or comments? Let's go to Andrew.
Again, Andrew Shopper from Shopper Energy Consulting. I had maybe a couple questions for Clayton on this. So I think I understand what's being proposed here, but especially as it relates to the projects, the RPG projects being quote unquote base load, I think we made comments to this effect around the timeline, the implied timeline of the 150 days, and also, and I think ERCOT made comments around when the RPG studies are endorsed or when they're finalized. So I had two kind of questions around this. One, if you were to use the RPG projects when they were submitted, or I guess whatever date is being proposed here, how do you prevent that from invalidating every Lillis load in the system, even if they are not using transmission from these RPG projects? That's the first question. And then the second question is, why would the RPG loads not be subject to the same restudy risk that the Lillis loads have been subject to this whole time? So I'll pause there if you have answers to either of those questions.
So the first one's easy. ERCOT's going through a process now to validate as much of the loads as they can. If they come up and there's too much load to be able to be served, the people in the impacted area, what I would suggest is you go from last to first, because that seems to be the best order, and invalidate studies.
Based on the study endorsement, or like, because that's really when the study is completed and approved, and that would be the functional equivalent in the LLIS process. And so I'm asking.
I'm open to either of those, Andrew.
System? Yeah, what's.
So I'm open to either one of those, either whenever the load was submitted, or whenever the load was approved. The problem with the load being approved is that, hold on now.
Yeah.
The problem with using that load approved date is if they are invalidated, it means that they probably used some of the projects that were in the RPG process.
That's speculation, though, right, Clayton?
No, that is not. That is not speculation at all. If there is
every LLIS project study,
the RPG projects fully serve the loads that were included in that project. It also served an additional.
What about the LLIS project studies?
I'm sorry?
They're impacted by loads that are in RPG studies, just like the LLIS projects impact the RPG studies, right? They impact each other.
The RPG project. So the RPG project is a list of transmission upgrades. There are loads that are in there that are being served, and then the transmission upgrades are set to try to serve those loads. Where are we missing here? So in the RPG project, the Southern DFW.
So I guess when a load study is finished and completed and approved, it has to be treated as a must-study load in other Lillis projects. Is that not?
That's correct.
Okay. And so are you proposing that the RPG project, when it's submitted, is when we would consider it complete?
So the problem is the RPG projects are they're open to everybody except the loads that were included in it. The way that this should have been done, Andrew, is whenever those RPG projects were submitted, those should have been taken offline and kept out of the public domain, just like an LLIS project.
I guess where I'm trying to go with this, or I guess the question I'm asking is, how do you give priority to the RPG projects in a way that does not completely disrupt every other project in the whole state?
Well, it won't disrupt every other load in the state. That's hyperbole.
Walk us through that.
So you have the loads that are in the DFW area. Those are the ones that will be impacted. If the loads came in after the fact.
Are there not RPG projects in the rest of the state?
Oh, there certainly are. Do you have a point? I mean, what are we trying to do? Just be argumentative? Or?
Clayton. Clayton, finish your point, and then Andrew, finish your point, and then let's move on.
Yeah, okay. So the thing is this impacts a small area of the state. It impacts the southern DFW area. There are some of them that involve the central, they go down into central Texas as well. They were designed specifically for certain loads. Had this been done, if they had an RPG process that was similar to the LLIS, these loads would have been entered. They would have been, these projects would have been created, and they would have been approved offline. There wouldn't have been this open access to everybody else's projects like the other LLIS studies are. So what's happened, Andrew, is you have, whenever your load studies get done, if there is a problem with your load, they can point to any RPG project that's in the queue and say, okay, that helps solve my problem. And so if that hasn't happened here, then what we should happily find out is there's plenty of capacity for everybody and nobody has to be invalidated. But what you're asking, what you're asking me to do is accept invalidation of my LLIS study that has been done for 2 years now.
Okay, Andrew, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I guess I'm just not seeing how this would be implemented. So I'll yield back.
Okay, let's go to Ned.
Well, I don't have the answers to that, but I've got a couple questions that might help me understand a little bit more clearly. First of all, agree with Bill's synopsis, Clayton. You present a very sympathetic storyline here, which is you follow the process and it leads you down a path, and then you find out that path ran into a wall somewhere. So certainly thank you for bringing it to us and for laying it out. One thing that would be helpful for me to understand, because I'm not in those RPG meetings, not looking at the projects in detail, and I actually pulled back up the Southern DFW TAC report that we looked at 2 meetings ago, and I don't see anywhere in there that it specifies loads that are tied to it. Is that something, if we're looking at the cartoon on slide 5, for instance, if I'm following the analogy correctly, the feast is in honor of the little kids in blue shirts on the right-hand side.
Yep.
Do the folks on the other side of the spread know that the feast is in their honor in the RPG process?
It's not important to them because all they have to do is they're just looking for capacity for their own loads. So it's not the other TSP's fault either. The fault is the process itself. The RPG process should have been managed, at least in the case of these projects, differently, and that was not done.
So they may or may not.
So there wasn't
an
that
RPG project. You may
the...
or may not know exactly which loads.
Okay.
If I may.
Go ahead, please.
I can't speak for the other utilities, but what Oncor will typically do is if the existing system is inadequate to serve a new customer, we will tell the new customer that we will need additional infrastructure. Now, sometimes that infrastructure can be undertaken without any additional ERCOT oversight. Sometimes it requires ERCOT oversight. When it does, we file an RPG project. You all have seen numerous projects over these past several years, a lot of them in West Texas, and they were load driven. And that was the basis on which we filed these. I cannot speak to whether each customer was directly communicated with, but it is my understanding that they were, and so there was not a public articulation that Southern DFW was going to serve the following 6 customers. But those 6 customers understood that that's why we filed that project.
Okay. That's
6
helpful.
being an illustrative number, by the way, but you get my point.
Yeah, thank you for that. So it is a process issue that we're dealing with here, where customers understood that they were associated with it. The other TSPs didn't understand that there were customers associated with that particular project. Perhaps maybe that seems like that's the takeaway. I guess the next question is, did Oncor know, or not Oncor, ERCOT know that the project was associated with specific loads when it was going through RPG?
I think it's different for different, right? Sometimes we've approved projects that are, sorry, John, STEC project for ammonia plant. So, I think it's different in each circumstance, but I'll let Jeff.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
So, Jeff, the question was, in this picture analogy, the little kids on the right-hand side, they knew that the feast was in their honor. The TSPs on the left-hand side, they couldn't see those little kids, so they didn't know that the feast was spoken for. But did ERCOT know that there were customers associated with that project as it was going through RPG?
Well, but Ned, no one files a project without an explanation for why it's needed, okay? And so we didn't come in and say we've got general non-specific load needs. I think for people who spend a lot of time around RPG, perhaps not everyone in the ERCOT process, there was an understanding that there were customers.
Totally understand there are customers associated with it. I'm curious, as we're trying to make, second time I've done that today. I think Clayton's saying there's a one-to-one connection here, and I'm trying to understand how well understood that was.
Well, yeah, and there's commercially sensitive information which I don't want to disclose, but I would say to make this picture more accurate, I think it's mostly Oncor on both sides. So where you say other TSPs, I think it's mostly Oncor. It's mostly Oncor loads that are in this particular issue.
Yeah. Woody, did you want to?
Yeah, the other thing, looking at your cartoon, you got 2 kids on the left, and now you got 3 kids on the right, and that's surprisingly accurate.
During
the RPG process, more kids showed up in the RPG. And that's why Jeff was saying it's so important that we have a completed study, not the filed study. Because the people showing up for the party keep growing, even the ones that are being held back over there, that number got bigger.
Well, I can tell you that
6 months after the start of the
reason the third kid is you got a bad cameraman that cut the third kid off.
Well, you didn't mean to be accurate
but I can tell you,
but you were very accurate in that the number of kids showing up grew.
Oh.
Okay.
It's just like life, right? They're just
Yeah,
keep showing
so
up.
I can tell you that my phase 2 is not in any of this. I'll guarantee you my phase 2 was filed well in advance of most of these loads that have taken this capacity.
I think it goes back to what Bill was asking, is the RPG process is an open process that gets scrutiny by all the other TSPs. And that was the purpose of it. The LLIS process, ERCOT looks at it from the beginning and makes sure that the universe of loads that are supposed to be there are there. And that's why that process was breaking on us, was because before the study could be finished, there were more people in the universe. So that's the downside of both of those processes. So, but like Jeff said earlier, a lot of the LLIS stuff was finished and is now with base load.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, a lot of other areas other than Southern DFW. The Southern DFW loads should not have been, this should have been the limit. The door slammed in our face. They were doing serial studies until they got to us. So we were one of the first projects that got roped into this process. And then on the added, there was no added load to that cluster study. Once we got our little bit in, we got 400 megawatts out of a total of, 30 gigs or something that was approved in all those projects, or 20 gigs. Our little part of that never grew to include the other load.
Oh, it did.
Even though it was early filed. We filed that in March of 24.
Right, but there were other loads added to that RPG study.
To the Oncor RPG study?
Yes.
The load that was studied went up, but I don't know that was Oncor load. I thought that was the ERCOT process where you just increased the 11 gigs. I didn't ask where the 11 gigs came from that you studied and above. I just thought that was part of the process that y'all ran.
Okay. Let's channel our inner Bill Barneses, because I think he did a good job. I think let's focus on what we need to make policy decisions and maybe a little bit less specific project information. Let's go to Bob.
Yeah, mine's a little bit different question, so I'm going to kind of give that piece a break. But the first thing I did want to say is Barksdale's right. We're picking winners and losers here, and actually this group does that all the time. I think what we're really wrestling with here isn't the aspect of winners and losers. It's the fairness within the winner and losers, and that's what we're really wrestling with here. Yeah. So I think we all need to keep that to heart. But something you said, Clayton, that has got me curious, and it just because I don't know, I probably should, but you'd indicated that your cost was 200 and some odd.
206,000 megawatt.
A megawatt. And is that based on the RPG projects?
The only way that I could come up with that math, there was nothing in the FEA in the draft FEA that we were sent that explained what that was, but that's the only math that I could get to work.
Okay, well, where I'm trying to go is you've got, I don't want to use your drawing as much as I really like it. So you were used to come up and justify those projects. So therefore, they point at you for those projects.
Exactly.
And the cost, and where I'm trying to get it, and the cost of those projects.
Exactly. Yes.
The LLIS studies that were done that then pointed to those studies that said, pointed to those projects saying, it's okay, I can do that. Do they share the cost of those, or is it all back on you and they're just getting to use it and you're paying the cost?
Yeah, I don't have that data. I would really like that data.
Can somebody answer that one? I'm curious.
No, there's no one here that can answer that question.
Okay.
But yes, you're hitting on a very important point, is that
I'm trying to get to cost causation and everybody sharing in the cost.
Exactly.
When you go past the fairness, and this is part of the fairness piece also, is
and I think
you shouldn't be paying for something and somebody else taking advantage of that.
And I think that once you start hitting people with a bill for 206,000 a megawatt, I think you're going to see some of these loads fall out as well, and we may not have a problem at all.
Well, I would expect the number would drop.
Right. The number of loads would drop.
Well, number of loads and potentially the number that are actually being charged for that could also increase, which would increase the overall individual cost.
Yes.
So this isn't my presentation, but I think arguing about what the dollar amount per megawatt is for a specific project is probably not the most useful basis for the decision.
You're missing my point, Liz. I'm not arguing the point of what the cost is and what it costs you to install it. I'm talking about who pays that. That's what I'm talking about. Not the cost of the project. The cost of the project is what the cost of the project is. I'm talking about who actually pays for that on cost causation and usage is what I'm getting at. That's all I was getting at.
And I did make the argument earlier, Liz, that it's possible and actually probable that some of the TSPs didn't even request anything in regards to covering the amount of this project for the loads that were approved, which, doesn't make us happy.
Can we move to the next question, Bob? Yes?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Clayton, we've had you up there for over an hour, about an hour. So can we maybe wrap this up soon with Mark Dreyfuss being the king of closure? So you'll be the end of the queue. You're not next. So let's go to Blake. Blake, I think you wrote a comment in the queue, but you're welcome to speak to it or anything else.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Just a quick question for ERCOT, and yes, I did write it out in the comments. So for those that weren't sort of really close to this matter back during the interim process, there was a term called must study. And must study was sort of the where you wanted to get to during this sort of mad rush, where your load was then incorporated into other folks' base cases. It seems like the problem here is that transmission upgrades associated with these RPG projects were allowable in other base cases before the loads as part of those RPG projects met must study status. And I wasn't close to the RPG. I'm wondering if anyone remembers when the RPG originating loads were supposed to have met that must study status. Has it been endorsement the entire time?
Blake, yeah, I'm not sure. I think AG had to step out. He'd be the one that could answer that. Yeah, but yeah, I think yeah, and just a clarification. So must study is that threshold is not the same as the threshold that we have today of financial commitment, notice to proceed, and all of that. So it was a lower threshold to achieve that must study status.
Yep. Okay, and then just one other question. For this RPG project, it's my understanding that in order for these loads to get into the RPG project, they had to post security or cash collateral. Is there any color someone can provide on how much security they had to post relative to 9.5 completion? Like how much relative to the total cost of the RPG project is held in utilities as customer deposits?
So originally it was $6.5 million per project.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Evan.
Evan Neal with Lancium. Thank you for this presentation, Clayton. I think it's really good that you got this story out here and kind of let us have this discussion. I heard a couple of things that I wanted to touch on, and then I have a question as well. And so the first, like going back to, another load came in and its list used RPGs. I mean, that could have happened, but, another possibility was that it could have just been a conflicting LCP, right? If a project going through LILIS needed transmission, you didn't really need to have something going through RPG. You could kind of make up your transmission plan to put in your LCP as is. So, that's another opportunity that I think points to the issue that you're raising here. And another thing that I haven't heard discussed is kind of the difference between a substantiated load and a non-substantiated load with regards to what's different between an RPG and a LILIS. Because, I mean, it's in the protocols that there's a certain threshold that a load's going to have to meet in order for it to be able to be included to justify transmission. And you don't need that same criteria for a LILIS. And so I think that put a lot of utilities in a tough spot of, well, if we know we're going to need to plan transmission to serve this load, should we go ahead and do these LILIS studies and be subject to the restudy risk that Woody talked about, just to turn around to know we're going to need to then submit an RPG study and do those exact same things again? Or do you just substantiate the load up front and take it through an RPG, which it seems like was the case for you, which I think was the logical case that a lot of people opted to go for. And so, I just want to point out that while this project was the first one or one of the early ones that, dealt with this, I think you see a lot of other RPGs out there as well who faced the same conflict, and a lot of utilities chose a similar path. And you can see in those RPG filings that they're meant for specific load projects, often have LLIs assigned to them. And I think a lot of those are also being lost in the process that we're walking through here.
So I think getting to that, I really wish whenever we went to this interim process back in 2022 that we had not just created that, but we had created an RPG process that was a load reserved process that would be, because like what you're talking about is true. I mean, there was a serial process where you go through all of your LLIS studies, you come up with a batch of projects. Some of those may be in RPGs, which you can cite in your studies. Some of them may be new projects that then you have to subsequently get an RPG process and then follow that through. And then that one is subject for other loads to possibly use and pick off. And
Yeah.
so you're in that huge limbo.
Yeah, I mean, I think, a way to say that is, we've all acknowledged that one of the big issues that Batch is trying to solve is the restudy aspect. But I think the other big issue was how do you tie the load approvals to the transmission approvals and the transmission upgrades, which I think Batch is also solving, as evident that the outcome is a filing to RPG. It is an actionable transmission plan. And so I'm glad to see we're taking that step, but I think we need to reconcile or recognize that as a gap in the interim process when we're considering bridging that gap. And so then just one last thing I wanted to point on, and this is the 40 gigawatts that Jeff referenced, and I think it's in the ERCOT comments about if we expand that eligibility criteria, we're adding an incremental 40 gigawatts. I went back and I looked at the RPGs, and I did come up with 40 total gigawatts, but I did know, and I think I just said it, that a lot of those RPGs have the LLI numbers listed out. And so I think we need to recognize that those loads have also been going through the interim process and can qualify for batch inclusion in other pathways. And so I don't know if we can really say that we're adding an incremental 40 gigawatts, just that there's 40 gigawatts in this bucket, and for all we know, half of it is already included in the 70 number that ERCOT's reported. And so I think, maybe if we can just go back and clarify that, and maybe I should be phrasing this as a question to see if that's been accounted for already, but that's just something I wanted the group to know.
Yeah, Devin, I think that's fair. Some of those may be in, and we are going through that process to check that.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Awesome. Great job. Mark, you're not the last one. Shannon snuck in.
Thank you, fabulous chair.
It's
My
going
question
great.
is surprisingly similar to Bob Helton's, though he's not in the room to hear that compliment.
Okay.
So I am searching for a public policy reason to make this decision. I'm totally indifferent between whether or not we choose a first in, first out policy, or we choose a first completed study policy. To me, at least, there's no public policy content in that decision. That's just picking winners and losers. The issue that we've discussed today that does have real public policy content to me is what Jeff mentioned about whether these are open access decisions or network benefit decisions or private benefit decisions. That's real public policy content, because if you think about this, we are changing the way we allocate costs, transmission costs in ERCOT for the first time in 30 years in these projects. That was included as a requirement in Senate Bill 6, and that's a lot of what this discussion is about, is who receives private benefit from expansion of the transmission system. And those who receive private benefit from expansion of the transmission system are going to have to pay the costs of that benefit and that expansion. So when I look at these alternatives, I think if I understand the PGR and the contemplated commission rule properly, if you went through the LLIS process, your load, you submitted into that process, and that process identified a transmission upgrade that is needed to serve you. That upgrade provides private benefit, not network benefit. And so you are going to be required to incur the costs of that upgrade. Now I think about the South Dallas RPG project, and here's my question. Are the costs of the South Dallas transmission expansion that was approved by the board going to be borne in T cost, or are they going to be divided up between these large loads?
It's part of the rule, isn't it?
Oncor has not undertaken an analysis of how many of those projects are for the pure benefit of a particular customer, and whether some of those are actually strengthening the system as a whole in that area. So there is not an answer to that question as we sit here.
So will you be doing that analysis before you submit to the commission for a CCN?
South Dallas doesn't require any CCNs.
Oh, right.
I do think on a go-forward basis, it is likely that the commission will, when it finalizes its large load standards rule, right, and we get a clear line of sight, that the commission will be interested in having us start doing an analysis of those costs, but we've not yet received any guidance on that.
And would that be an analysis that Oncor would conduct, or would that be an analysis that is an output of the I was going to say cluster, the batch analysis, the batch zero analysis?
I don't know that either. I mean, the comments that we have made in the underlying rulemaking have been in an effort to recognize that transmission is often multi-benefit and multi-beneficiary. And so I expect it's probably going to be incumbent on the individual TSP to undertake that analysis. But I think it's also going to have to be in consultation with ERCOT in order to correctly apportion the benefits.
Well, there's a lot of uncertainty left in that answer. But to me, the answer to this question may be kind of what Jeff said, that the answer is in whether the transmission upgrade associated provides network benefit or private benefit.
Far be it from me to ever correct anything Liz says, because she's always so good, but there is a CCN as part of that Southern DFW project. Is it too? Thank you, Shannon.
Sorry, my mistake. I don't think there was originally as we submitted
exactly,
it.
And then
I
it
think
expanded.
that was as ERCOT modified it.
Yeah, it did expand, and so it does raise the question, as you know, as part of those CCN proceedings, there's some level of review of cost. And
Caitlin, if it's all right,
yeah, go ahead.
For fear of upsetting the caboose of this train here, cost allocation is not part of the deliberation between this body. That's
fair.
Reserved for the commission.
Barksdale, of course, that is correct, but there is public policy content in this decision, whether we are privately paying for these transmission upgrades or we are paying for these transmission upgrades through the traditional T-cost process because they provide network value. And I think that is an appropriate thing for the commission and the board's technical advisors to weigh in on. That it's not really a cost allocation issue, it's a policy issue, I think.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, Mark, are we good? Okay, and I let Shane sneak in too. Shannon?
I forget who asked the question earlier, but one of the TAC members asked, was there specific listing of the capacity? Yours was reserved at these buses or whatever. I don't have every RPG memorized, but I do have this one memorized, and I knew for sure there was a table in there. It's table 3, page 11. Yep. It doesn't give the customer name, but assuming you were the only one at Venus, you're 3 rows from the bottom, and it lists precisely the Oncor's. I applaud that Oncor did this because it's compliant with what's protected information and what's not. They listed the station name, the bus number, the voltage, and the megawatt size of each of the loads.
So we're at a new bus, by the way.
Say again?
We're at a new bus.
Fine. But so whichever one of y'all asked that, that's the answer to that. Second thing is back to Evan's point about the AEP 40 gigawatts of projects and saying, hey, that will, to even have them unallocated is too much. Evan is correct that not all, but many of those projects have already been through the LILIS process and have met 9.5. We in particular have one of the ones that are in there, have met it. So unless y'all have the number where you've netted all that out, this 40 gigawatt number is inflated and way too high because for the exact reason Evan pointed out.
Okay. Shane.
Yeah, thanks for letting me jump in. I just had a question on the general process here. Shane Thomas Shell, or kind of the transitioning process here. When you're doing the LLIS studies, and, you know, you're doing that based on transmission, what level, when are the RPG projects included in that? So would the Southern DFW project been in the previous studies, or that won't start being used in the LS? Well, it will never have been used in an LLIS study. It will only have been used in the batch process. So I was like, is this a new transmission project that's jumping into the study? Or I'm thinking about it in the context of, you know, if you were using it in the LLIS, but these loads weren't in the LLIS, then like definitely loads are jumping on top of them, and you're awarding load commissioning plans to absorb that capacity potentially. But if the lines haven't been used, then those load commissioning plans shouldn't have absorbed any of this capacity yet. Then that's where I'm just trying to think about this.
Yeah, Shane, I don't know specifically on any particular LLIS projects, but in general, the process is when you have a new LLIS, there's a scoping discussion that happens, and that scoping discussion will determine what the steady state base case assumptions are, what other loads are included or should be included in that. But I apologize, I don't know, you know, when or if this project has been included in any LLIS projects.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Can we wrap up? Okay. I think we are aware of what ERCOT's position is on this issue. We've heard Clayton's position. We're going to hopefully take a vote on this PGR at the meeting next week. Hopefully we'll do it all in one day. So I think it would be up to stakeholders to have alternate language to ERCOT's PGR if that was the will of a stakeholder or multiple stakeholders. To the extent there are questions that help you make your policy decisions, which was the road Bill and Mark led us down, which is, I think, a good road to go. You can ask ERCOT, but I would try to limit those at this point. I think we've done a lot of back and forth. So if it's something you really need to know to help you make sort of policy decision, then maybe you can ask ERCOT and they'll bring it to the next meeting. But I would say let's try to limit that. Is that an okay stopping place for this issue for everyone? All right, let's try to kick some things off the rest of our list. I'm going to skip 2 for now. 3 was, thank you, Clayton. Thank you, and we appreciated your sharp attire. So 2 we're going to skip. 3 was allocation of RPG project megawatts. LCRA, Blake, I think you said ERCOT has satisfied your question here. Do you want to update the group with anything else? Okay. 4 was lowering the minimum the 200 megawatt minimum allocation. I believe this has been addressed in ERCOT's newest set of comments.
Yeah, okay, and I apologize because I neither put this in the preamble to our comments nor mentioned it earlier, but this was a change that we made based on the feedback that we've gotten. So yeah, we lowered it to 100 megawatts.
So we can skip item 4. Okay, and you can still talk about whatever you want to talk about, Shannon, but we'll skip item 4.
Nothing to talk about. They've already incorporated it. Nothing to say.
And then same thing with 5, the contracts for power language, that's been removed, and we've discussed that with Blake, so we're going to skip 5. So all we have left are 2 and 6. Actually, 1, did we finish 1, Bill, did you have Reliant? Did you do your Reliant stuff?
We have closure.
You have closure. Okay. So we're closed with 1. We'll either have ERCOT's PGR 145 language on that issue, or somebody, another stakeholders. And if there's information you need from ERCOT to make a policy decision, let them know, but try to limit it. 2, we're coming back to. 3, we have taken care of. 4 was addressed in the latest set of comments. 5 was addressed in the latest set of comments. 6, we are coming back to. It is 2:45. Should we take a little bit of a break? Quick break? Or move on? Quick break. Let's start at 3 because we always have stragglers. We'll try to do items 2 and 6. Try to do any other comments. I know for sure Vistra has comments. I'll be gone before we finish all of that. But hopefully we could finish that by 4:30 today. Yes, Bob.
I have one 30-second thing I'd like to say about the IA when we get done with everything else.
Okay, so that's our plan. So we'll come back at 3, try to do 2 and 6 in 20 minutes or so each, and then move on to other comments, including Vistra and NG. All right. Is Jeff ready? Okay. All right, let's get started. We're going to sort of add 2 things that I made note of earlier, but one is Bob's thing, and they are issues I think we need to also wrap up before we vote on this. One I just wrote, legal issues, but I believe ERCOT is planning to have some sort of workshop on the attestations and all of that, so that will need to be considered at some point. Is that post us voting, or?
Yeah, Caitlin. So I'll do my little PSA on that. So on Friday this week, we plan to have I don't know if we called it a workshop or a meeting. It's just an hour, but we intend to talk through kind of how we are sunsetting the existing process and what that is going to look like, as well as there are requirements for these loads that will be included in Batch Zero to provide dynamic models. And so we're going to provide a little bit more details about those on the meeting on Friday. It's a short WebEx. And then we have another meeting scheduled for, I think it's the 28th. It's in the latter part of the month. And that meeting, we do plan to talk through the attestations. We're hoping to have some draft. Here's a form that y'all can use and be able to provide that so that when we get to July 10th, that there's consistency in the information that we are receiving.
Okay, so the 28th meeting will be after we vote on this.
It is, and this is not talking about what. It's taking whatever comes out of the TAC vote, and it's trying to communicate, here's how we are going to execute that.
Okay, so that's one of my issues. The second one, there were some questions about earlier, and I think Bob raised a good point that we will want to at least spend some time with TAC consideration of the IA, because it is quite a cost, and Jeff, you spoke about the FTEs, so I think we can do that next week, but...
Can I make one comment before that so that it can get it on? Yeah, because I wasn't really talking, we do need to pay attention to the cost and everything else on that, which we'll do next week. But the thing I wanted to get out this week is if you take a look and read the IA, it's everything it says is Batch Zero. And I know us around the table understand that this is going to be Batch Zero and beyond and infinity. And if you just look at that, I didn't want someone to come around and start thinking, wait a minute, this is all just for Batch Zero. They need to understand that this is ongoing, it's going to be ongoing, and this really covers more than that. So if there's just a statement by next week they could put in the IA somewhere or something, I think that would help out, and we've talked a little bit about it.
Okay, so maybe it sounds like we'll have newer comments before next week with at least some cleanup items. And then maybe, so Troy, could you give us 10 minutes at the next meeting on the IA? Okay. Okay. So we've gotten rid of Bob's issue, so we now just have 2, 6, and Ned, right? So let's go to AP. How long do you think you need for this?
I think that there's a path forward that has been communicated. I was going to high level just
awesome. Let's go.
Loop folks in, and then we can talk as we need to. So one of the proposals that has come out of Batch Zero is the concept of using TIPIT and the report that's out there to help create LCPs, load commissioning plans. I believe it's just for the base loads. To level set on TIPIT, there's kind of 2 main reasons for this report. First being that it helps with visibility to the market. It lists transmission projects and identifies project type, tier, timing, status. So that's one takeaway for what TIPIT does. The other one is it helps with projects assumed in ERCOT's planning models. It's really the bridge between reported projects and the modeled system topology. And so with this proposal, I know ERCOT has been talking with the TSPs about doing an interim update as the means of getting this information. And I appreciate ERCOT hearing the feedback that there were some concerns and gaps with that. I know in AEP's comments specifically, we had kind of had just a few concerns that we had shared with ERCOT and through those comments just about what the mechanisms of TIPIT is and then how this comes into play in Batch Zero. Being that there could be some confusion. We're using these to come into the batch with potentially different answers coming on the tail end. And so I was thinking about this conversation a little earlier when ERCOT was going through their comments. And one question for you, Jeff, on that would be, are we planning to publish this interim update that we're doing? Like, is that going to go out to the market?
It would be, yes.
Okay. And so I think something with that is just making sure folks know that while there is answers in there, those answers can change as the batch happens. We study, look at all the loads, potentially refine them. Those projects could shift and become different projects that would be needed. And so that was just one thing we want to make sure everyone is on the same understanding of. The second one was just with that piece that planning models utilize TIPIT, and do we have a mindful approach in doing this where we are protecting SSWG cases or understanding that we don't want to try to be unraveling something in the future because of those changes that would come from before to after the batch.
So let me make sure I understand. So is your concern that we are putting projects in TIPIT that may not be as firm, just so we can get information in for the batch study? And then they may not, maybe the dates shift or something like that?
Correct. They haven't been approved or endorsed, and then those could be replaced by projects as the result of the batch study, and then we would kind of have to potentially unwind those in the modeling cases, because we would then remove some, add new ones, or shift some of that data. And so how we plan to do that to keep the structure intact and the information sound.
Yeah, so I think I think I understand what you're saying is that we may have to change the cases. So if the projects change, then we have to change the cases. I think that we've done that in the past, and so I don't see that that's any different here. The scale may be different, and so I acknowledge that, but I don't think that that's different from maybe what we've done in the past. I think my comment on that would be, I think we just want to make sure that we have, if we're putting in projects that are maybe less firm transmission projects, I think we just want to be careful and be realistic with the dates that we're putting, the in-service dates that we're putting in. But if we go in and we assume a project and then that project maybe doesn't end up being the one that's ultimately recommended, we can change the cases. Like I said, we've done that in the past, but I acknowledge that the scale may be a little different here than in the past.
Okay.
Okay. Shannon?
On this tippet issue, taking a question that you just asked to Aaron, where we've got projects that are on AEP down in this, we're not their only RPG or Lilith stuff by any means, but in prior Batch Zero workshop meetings, Wayman gave an example, Jeff, that answered your question, but you've heard so many things since then you may have forgot. He pointed out that on Lilith studies, if you had Lilith A, Lilith B, Lilith C, and you added up all the pieces that was in the load ramp study for each of those, that once all three of those have been put together, the comprehensive solution of what you'll do if it were either an RPG, which was the context he gave it, or in this batch study, you may the appropriate thing for the TSP is not to do all of the pieces that was in the LCP for load A, load B, and or Lilith study A, B, and C. Instead, there's a cheaper solution that may even be able to be implemented more quickly. So that's how you can get into this issue that they're trying to describe. And in a way, if to do precisely what y'all are saying, where you're saying you're going to want to see those in tippet, they've got to go enter in a set of things that most likely will not be the full set, will not be, all of those will not be the set you'll use later, even though they were in your base load category. So that's point one, and I'll then point two was the one I said earlier, both verbally and I wrote in each of the comments each time I've written about it. Fundamentally, the TSP should never, ever, ever, ever be in a situation where there's an approved LCP for something, and at the time that when it becomes approved, there's not an appropriate amount of administrative time for them to go put those upgrades in to tippet. And equally, never, 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 the ILLE should never wind up in 2034 because you couldn't find them in tippet because they weren't given time to put them there. You should always go work with the TSP and get the correct answer, even if it's not in tippet. And I said that's the final thing. There's actually one more item. I've taken one of our own as a case study, and I've tried to go through and do what you've described y'all want to do. And in total, there's 7 steps to one of our LCPs. Only one of them will you go find in tippet as it sits there today. And of 4 of the 7, there is something in tippet that I believe is probably what addresses it, but they aren't what's precisely in the LCP. And I'll give you an example. Like one of them's upgrade a 138 kV line, 2 segments of it. Well, in Tippett, there's something that says go install series reactors over at where the auto is that feeds the 138 kV line. Functionally, those are probably 2 of the same things. You know, they both can work, but you will not find a one-to-one match of what's in Tippett. So there's an example of how this train wreck can happen and how you can get into phantom projects they've got to put in to then later take out. Another one was upgrade the 69 kV line in a 138 to 69 kV auto. That's not in Tippett, but in Tippett, the AEP had convert the 69 kV line to 138 kV. Well, that's in Tippett, and we all know that would solve the problem. So I just think if that's the case on ours, on 4 out of 7 components of the one project that I've looked at, I just don't know how this isn't going to be a train wreck trying to do that literally with Tippett, especially for near-term things where you've got an LCP that was recently put together. But even for ones where it's been put together for a while, I think this is about to be a fire drill for the TSPs that is of limited value. Maybe it would just be simpler to have them recertify, yes, this is the set of upgrades that we think is needed, and these are the dates we think we can hit them. With that.
Aaron? No questions or comments?
No.
Okay. Okay. So where do we go forward on this one? Go ahead, Shane.
Thank you, Shane Thomas Show. When I'm looking at all the Tippett stuff and how that's going through, to me, I just ask, do we need to be this prescriptive in the language, or can we just give ERCOT like good engineering judgment? I mean, I don't know. Or is it better, I guess, to have it defined so we know what's going to be in there? Because it seems like, I don't know, we're getting kind of more into the details of how this be included and potentially getting rid of common sense solutions when ERCOT is good at building these cases and they could just do what they think is correct. I want to tie them to what's in the Tippett if there's something easily missed by that. Yeah.
I was just going to say, from AEP's perspective, by no means, I teed up these comments just because they've been in mine. AEP is happy to attempt it. We just wanted to make sure the risks or from our perspective, what we're seeing, we're supportive of going down it. Those comments may be for everyone else to consider. I just wanted to level set. We can go either way. Just wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page.
Okay. Okay. So we can move on to 6, I think. Aaron, do you need anything else from us?
Closure.
So we're good with ERCOT's comments? Okay, so AEP would have alternative language to ERCOT's comments, or we're just
AEP
good
had
with
already
ERCOT comments?
proposed
Yeah.
to strike the use of Tippett, but from May 11th comments, I think what AEP saw is ERCOT would like to keep the Tippett language there.
Okay.
And we will not be proposing anything else. We will leave it as is.
Okay, so we're closed. We're closured. Okay, let's go to 6, refine and establish a deadline for submission of steady state or stability studies to ERCOT. Bill?
Yes.
Is this you?
I've raised this a couple times. It's in section 9212, which is the eligibility criteria for studied loads into batch zero. For every other deadline in this PGR, it is very clear you must, as a potential eligible project, you have to do some action or some deliverable by X date. For this particular requirement, which is the approval of a steady state or stability studies, it's completely open, and there is no certainty for a stakeholder that if you file the studies, if you submit the studies to ERCOT by X date, you will get a determination on whether it's approved or not by July 10th. I think that is not helpful and not a good process design for anyone that's going through this. I also think it's not good for ERCOT because I see a situation where they can get potentially bombarded with studies the week of July 6th with people expecting them to give them a decision by July 10th. So to me, a much better approach here is to have a clearly defined date on when studies must be submitted in order to give ERCOT sufficient time to make a determination on whether approved or not. I think that is a completely fair request, and would love to hear feedback from ERCOT on that.
Hey, Bill, this is A.G. Springer. I can speak to that one. You're correct that there is not a date certain of submission for studies and for a guaranteed response one or another listed in PGR 145. But the reason for that is that it's spelled out in the existing section 9.4 of the ERCOT planning guide. So if you look at the review timelines in section 9.4, ERCOT has 10 business days plus has the option to extend for an additional 20 business days on the review of a study submission. And so if you take July 10th and then backtrack 30 business days, that puts you at May 28th for the date at which, May 28th being the last day that a study submission is guaranteed a response before July 10th. Under the current process. So ERCOT agrees, and this is what we'll be covering at the webinar that's scheduled for Friday, one of the things anyway. But the reason we don't feel that language is needed here is because it's already covered in the existing planning guide.
I think the problem with that, AG, is the uncertainty around the option to extend and the lack of having some certainty in terms of that process and what ERCOT would need to see to exercise that option or not. Like if you didn't submit all the information you needed, or if there is model quality issues, or that would be very helpful as well. So I don't know if there's anything that could be added to help provide that certainty. 10 days sounds really good to me. 10 days plus 20, I think is kind of a stretch, but I'm just curious if there's any additional information or guidance you can provide on what ERCOT would trigger the option that ERCOT would look at.
Sure. So yeah, it's primarily driven by the volume of submissions, and so I will say that we have started to exercise that extra 20 business days in recent weeks as the number of studies coming in for review has gone up. In anticipation of the batch zero deadlines. So I would anticipate that we will continue to exercise that as we approach July 10th.
Thank you. And this particular issue to me, looking at the IA for PGR 145 is also a solvable problem if ERCOT decides to increase the support from consultants, say. So if there were a date proposed at TAC next week that may be closer to your 10, maybe 15-day requirement that stakeholders prefer, I'm assuming that ERCOT could be able to make adjustments based on their contracting staff and meet that requirement.
So we are in the process of bringing in additional support for both the end period of the lowest process as well as the batch zero process. But I don't believe we would be supportive of a requirement that studies submitted by a certain date have to be given an answer within a set time beyond what's in the current planning guide. I think that risks the scenario that you raise of studies that are hastily completed being thrown at us a few days before July 10th, and if there was an obligation that is created then, it may both be impossible to meet and also create unrealistic expectations among stakeholders as to what would happen with those studies. So, the purpose of the review timeline is to ensure that ERCOT has the time needed to do a thorough review, and we don't believe that should change.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. I do think this is a special case and a special situation that doesn't meet the kind of normal business as usual design of that process. But I'll think about your feedback. I may come back with an alternative for consideration next week. But thank you.
And if I could add, so I think, as you said, May 28th, that's the last day that we'll guarantee. That doesn't mean that we won't still accept studies up until July 10th. It just means that the closer you get to July 10th, the less likely it is we will have time to review those. And we are expecting a high volume of these. We're already starting to see that. And like AG said, we are bringing on additional contract help to help with that. But okay, there are limitations there.
Yep, understood. Thanks.
Okay. So we are good on this issue. We will maybe hear a new date from you next week, Bill? Maybe.
I'll ruminate on it.
Maybe, maybe not. Ruminate. No closure. Okay. So one, we're going to hear, if somebody wants alternative language to ERCOT's on the RPG dates, somebody can bring that forward next week. 2, we're good with. 3 we're good with. 4 and 5 were resolved in ERCOT's latest comments. 6, Bill is ruminating. All right. So we did great job, Martha. Great chart. Great job. Okay. Ned, you want to, and anybody else, I'm not going to call on all the comments in order. We've had a number of comments filed, some I think right before ERCOT's latest version and some after, but many since Ross. So I'm not going to call up each set of comments, but if you have comments you'd like to speak to, please go forward. I think it looked like Shannon wants to, so let's do Vistra and then Shannon and then go forward from there. Did I skip some comments in the queue? No. Did I skip you in the queue, Shannon? Yes?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
I was going to comment in regard to number 6.
Okay, go ahead. I thought we were moving on, but I skipped the comments in the queue. Shannon and then Lee, and then we'll let Bill ruminate.
So I think there's a chance Bill and AG and Jeff may be talking past each other because, as I understand what Bill's talking about, and I could be wrong, so Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about the submission of studies as it pertains to a study being accepted for the purpose of you later go into allocation. Is that narrowly what you mean in this context? Okay, that's what I thought it was the case. Then I completely agree with Bill that language, there needs to be a date certain where files are studied or submitted by the TSP, you get this treatment. Because the date, the language you referred to that's already there, AG, it's for the purpose of PGR 115 as it exists today, where ERCOT's going through the high hurdle all the way out of essentially granting base load treatment for load, not treatment for what later just becomes studied load. And nothing is certain other than you've got to post your money and you go in and you just get to enter the game. And so those are two very different things. With that, I don't understand why it can't be that you've essentially seen. Oh, and one more thing. This accepted load, it can tell you in the steady state, you're getting precisely zero for a really long time based on all the assumptions that were in that study. But if all those same people don't show up in the batch zero because of the security requirements, you may actually get all that you were asking for. So it's further illustrating there's a difference between how your timeline for base load plus versus just as a gating item to get in as studied load. So with that, that's the main point I wanted to make there, and I agree with Bill. Some deadline, date certain, is helpful to the TSPs and the loads.
So if I could maybe respond to that. Shannon, okay. I'm afraid I have to respectfully disagree with you there. If you look at the language in PGRR145, for the loads that we're discussing here that would enter as studied load based on 9212 paragraph 1A Romanet 3, it says the large load has received ERCOT approval of a steady state or stability study as described in section 9.8, which is the legacy 9.4. So as intended, the existing PGRR115 process that's being used to qualify loads either as base load or as studied load is intended to continue to apply up until the cutoff date of July 10th. And so, I understand the desire, but again, I think the risk there is that we may be receiving studies that don't meet the standards on the existing planning guide, which is what PGRR145 references, and an artificial date would then push us to have to issue approval for those. And so I think as drafted, the current process and the current timelines would govern even studies that are entering as studied load.
That's simple. Then add the requirement that for the deadline, the 10 days ahead or whatever, it must have met all of these planning guide requirements for what is submitted, because your response is in response to how you evaluate it for base load treatment, because it's to get all the way through to approved steady state and stability studies that would be awarding you base load. That's not what he's asking for here or we're asking for. It's that you've got a study that was valid from the TSP for purposes of just a gating item to get over to the allocated process.
I think we may have to agree to disagree on this one. Again, the language states that the large load has received ERCOT approval of a steady state study under the legacy process. And so as a result, I think the existing timelines would continue to govern there.
Okay, let's go to Lee.
Confirming that we're just talking about stability and steady state and not like PERC 1, DWG version 2 models or any other kinds of things that would need to be turned in by May 28th rather than July 10th. Am I understanding that correct?
Yeah, Lee, that's correct. This is speaking simply to the study approval process. And, to your question about May 28th, I do want to reemphasize what Jeff stated, that ERCOT will continue to accept and continue to review studies after that date. That date is simply the date by which we can guarantee under the up to 30 business day timeline there will be a response from ERCOT. But we will continue to accept, and I expect the large load team will be continuing to review these studies late into the day on July 10th. So we will continue to review them, but we can't guarantee a response under those timelines after May 28th.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Bill.
And AG, can you give us a little more information on what ERCOT is looking at? Are you reviewing the entire study, or is there particular information that's part of those studies that you're looking at that we can make sure we prepare in advance when we submit, like models? If you can just explain a little bit more about what you guys are validating.
Sure. Yeah, we're reviewing the study report as submitted by the interconnecting TSP to ensure that the required set of other large loads in the area were included, the full suite of planning guide contingencies required under the existing planning guide was studied, and effectively that the study adhered to the requirements set out in the current planning guide. And so that is the process as it exists today, and will not change up until July 10th.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Are we good to go back to you ruminating and coming back to us? Okay. Okay, sorry I jumped the gun. So we'll do Vistra comments. Shannon, I think you raised your hands for wanting to do your comments too, right? Nope.
No, it was only
It was
to
this.
respond.
So we'll do Ned's comments and then whoever else would like to get in the queue.
And then we go home.
And then we go home.
All
You
right.
framed yourself as between us and going home, Ned.
Okay,
so.
I see my place in line. I understand the situation we're in, so I'll try to be respectful of everyone's time and appreciate the willingness to hear me out one more time on this topic. And thank you, Corey, for pulling these up. So just to reset baseline, if I think I've said before, if we were starting from scratch, knowing what we know now about the amount of large loads that we have coming onto the system, we would have designed the batch process from the get-go. And the struggle that we're dealing with in this process today, next week, and for all the weeks that have preceded is how do we take those policies and procedures that have been in flight, and how do we funnel them into a new one that creates some kind of new repeatable process going forward. Net metering arrangements, so under PRR 39169 with existing generators, they are not unique in that respect. Clearly, we've had a lot of discussion today about other dynamics that are at play, but I do think they are unique in the fact that they have a statutory basis, and that presents them with some unique characteristics and opportunities that are really just, I think it's important for us as stakeholders and the Technical Advisory Committee to the board to really double click on and make sure that we've had a full discussion and consideration of those features. So in a period of accelerating load growth like we find ourselves in today, we know that there are both known and unknown unknowns, right? We've talked already about wanting to know what's the real loads that are coming. That's a common refrain that we've all dealt with. We also want to understand, well, how can we get the most optionality or flexibility? How can we mitigate risks of overbuilding transmission if the load doesn't show up at the same time to build it? Those are all the policy topics that we spend so much time thinking about and spilling a lot of ink about, talking about. So from a policy basis, I think there's both the statutory distinction with the 39169 net metering arrangements. I've talked a lot about the timing that goes along with those. But there's also the consideration of just the general public interest basis for those unique characteristics. So net metering arrangements with existing generations, they're already, I think, going to be the best way to vet what's real. You know that if an existing generator is going to get into a long-term neighbor and operational partnership with a large load, there's been a lot of vetting that goes on there, right? That's not something that just happens flippantly. There is a lot of know your customer and vetting of the counterparty that goes into that. So you've had another source of knowing, hey, this is someone who's real. They've got credit. They're able to build and construct. Second, they're going to have some of the best transmission efficiency in their interconnection. There's existing interconnection to the generator that offers the ability for them to either, it may offer the ability for them to pull power from the grid. It certainly allows the generator to export to the grid. And if the load's going in behind the meter, they're going to be investing in that ability to interconnect to the generator. That is not something that is going to be uplifted to other customers. So there's a lot of efficiency there on the transmission side. They also offer real-time operations visibility to ERCOT through the real-time telemetry of the generator. So that's a premium, right? ERCOT has a vested interest in knowing what's happening in real time with these large loads, certainly as we go through this growth period, and as they're looking at the need to have new flexibility and operational tools. So I think that's a high value add feature that's important to underscore. And then on top of all that, those things have always existed with net metering arrangements with existing generators, but Senate Bill 6 added another piece. And I know there's been a lot of advocacy on the relative merits of it, but at the end of the day, Senate Bill 6 adds curtailment of load capabilities for the commission to impose or criteria to be met, and capacity availability criteria, right? Those are things that can be included. It's part of statute. And so as we're looking at the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns of the next 4 or 5 years, I don't think you can ask for a better set of loads to prioritize, all else equal. If you have a limited number of loads to look at, those are the ones that will offer you all of the best features to try to put first in the queue if you had to choose. And there's going to be so much more load growth that comes, but at least that way you can get off on a flexible foot and have time to build into what comes next, which I think we all see, and we're all hopeful that will be a continued path of prosperity for the state of Texas. We just think this is a grouping that offers additional value that we ought to just give a good fair shake to. So first off, I want to applaud the commission in addressing the in-flight net metering arrangement applications. That's a good move, and that covers a number of them that are already underway. What Vistra's comments here focus on, and I want to emphasize this because I've gotten some confusion about it and want to be clear. These address the net metering arrangements that have yet to come. They haven't filed their applications yet. They may be like in the same exact bucket Bill just described. They're in item 6. They've got studies coming. They're not sure if they're going to get approved, and they may be running up against that deadline. Or maybe they've been trying to get their studies going, and because Batch Zero has been sitting here, it's been hard to get that get the parties moving on the PGRR115 process. I think both of those things exist. There may be others that just haven't even started, but they're coming down the line. And if we're looking at Batch Zero basically driving what can interconnect in 2028, well, that's the beginning of the real inflection point in load growth, and that's where we ought to be trying to focus, getting that flexibility over the near term. Bill, I know we've disagreed on like the residential demand response piece. It's not because flexibility is not helpful. I 100% agree it is, and like I've said before, if that's coming in a way that is aligned with the market, that's great. This is just a bigger way. This is a bigger tool, a bigger lever to achieve that same outcome. And so, with that as the background. Vistra's comments, they really reiterate, and Corey, if you can scroll down to the summary at the bottom, that's probably the fastest way to hit this. There's 4 things that we reiterated from our May 6th comments, and those are those first 4 items. That's one is just for the existing net metering arrangements that have filed already. There's the provision that they have to satisfy Section 9.7 requirements. Just wanted to try to create some administrative efficiency, let them cover that through the net metering arrangement proceeding. Item 2, that's the one that really gets at what I've just been talking about. That is, if there's a large load interconnection number associated with a known large load that is going to be co-located with an existing generator, go ahead and put it in the Batch Zero studied load. That, it doesn't fully address the timing issues that I know I've talked about before, and I know others have chimed in on, but at least you're putting your best foot forward in terms of getting that most flexible and most transparent and most transmission efficient load on the system first. Gives it a shot. The third item has to do with the timing of the system protection short circuit analysis. Because of the way that batch zero changes things, you get through the batch zero process, then you have what's probably going to be a 60-day window for the commitment period, and then another 30 days after that is when the system protection short circuit analysis is due, and then ERCOT's probably going to have to approve it, and then given the way that the commission's rule came out, then you start the process at the commission of notifying ERCOT and then going through the 120-day study with ERCOT and 60-day process at the commission. So there's a lot of things that stack up for these net metering arrangements, and so this is one little thing that would maybe help move that process a little bit faster, is to say it still has to be done, but it's not a prerequisite to getting the process going. So that's that one. And then I know we've also been highlighting just having the flexibility to address both interconnecting TSPs and DSPs. This was one that I think ERCOT had covered most of them. This one was left, and so we just flagged it in there as a way to just cover all the places where we saw both. And then these last two on the list, these are new. These are actually in response to language that were in ERCOT's comments from Monday night. The first one up here is down in 9215. There's some language that I think ERCOT put in that was overall helpful. The last sentence in that paragraph, though, says the Lilith study can be used solely for the purposes of the system impact study. Don't disagree that that's what ERCOT intends to use, but solely seemed like that was perhaps overly restrictive. There may be other use cases that either the TSP or ERCOT or the commission has for it and didn't need to overly restrict that, so we suggested striking solely. And then there was a reference to the PUC's rule there, and everywhere else it seems like there's a reference to PRR 39169 instead, which is it's the stronger citation, so we suggested doing that to be consistent and avoid any potential confusion about whether there's a difference in applicability. And then this last one on the list, so in this new paragraph, which is paragraph 4 of 9.2.2, ERCOT saying these are the things that will be studied in batch zero. You've got standalone large loads, you have PCLRs and WL puns. And I suspect that ERCOT's intent was that net metering arrangements with the existing generators would be included in the standalone large loads there, but given there's certainly some history with the word standalone in this space, and so we thought it was probably wise to just go ahead and state also net metering arrangements with existing generators subject to PRR 39169 as things that can also be studied in the batch process. So that's the short layout. Happy to take any questions here, others' thoughts.
Okay, thank you for laying those out. Are there any questions for Ned? I actually have one question. Are these identical to the red lines you filed on the 6th that were discussed at Ross, or is there something different here?
They are largely identical. The narrative is obviously different. The first 4 should be identical, although there was in the second bullet, so in 9.2.12, paragraph 2, we'd always intended that to specify it's for the net metering arrangements not in base load, so we added that to be clear. We had that in the narrative before, but had missed that in the actual language, so I think that's the only difference there. The rest of them are the same, and then those last 2 bullets are new because it's responsive to new text since Monday night.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue right now, and it's been a long day already, so I suggest we try to come to a wrapping point here. Thanks to all of you who came and brought context and comments to these issues. I think in taking inventory of where we are, we're kind of seeing the same issues being raised over and over again, really the past 3 to 4 weeks, and we've had a lot of extensive debate on those today, particularly the RPG one, which I think was painful yet constructive in some respects. We had tried to create a forum today to talk through these issues that were getting kind of repeated hits at Ross last week when the PGRR and NPRR were voted out there. And, we've made our way through this list. And so I guess the idea from here is to take the feedback that you've heard here today for the seated TAC reps and use that discussion to help inform your vote next week. We are at the final stages of this. The last meeting, I don't know if we call it one meeting or two meetings, but it's Tuesday and potentially Wednesday of next week are the last scheduled TAC meetings before the June board. And so we will need to take a vote on PGR 145 and NPR 1325 either Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So ERCOT has said that they will be filing additional comments, ideally. I think I heard later this week, potentially. What I heard was sort of two things there. There were some clarifications and errata, at least that's how I would describe it, that they were already planning to clean up. And then to the extent they decide to make other changes based on topics that have been raised here today, that is obviously also in their purview to do, although I don't know that we know today what those look like from a tax standpoint. So, I think the best approach for next week is we're just going to have to start taking up and down votes on comments that are filed. We know we'll have the ERCOT comments, and then to the extent that anybody else decides to file red lines on top of theirs, those would also be candidates. I think that with the debates that we've had, they've been very informative, but the only way to really get a resolution at this point is through our voting process. So be prepared for that Tuesday. We also have other regular items on the agenda Tuesday. I think the other subcommittee reports, at least in an abbreviated format, are on there, and the 5 RPG projects that have come through RPG this past Monday. So it's probably going to be a full 2 days would be my expectation. And I'll take the remaining folks in the queue here, and then we'll try to wrap up the meeting. Michael Jewell?
Yeah, thank you, Martha. Michael Jewell, this is just a general question. Intersect USA filed some interesting comments, and one of which was asking about the proportional resizing of a WL pun, and I didn't know if ERCOT has any thoughts with regard to that issue or not.
Michael, can you remind me of that issue?
The question that they were raising was, right now, if you look at 9.4.25B, that if the generation is reduced, that means in a BYOG, that if it's reduced, then the load is considered to have been withdrawal from the batch process. On these comments, what they raised is, what if there was a move by the load and the generation to reduce proportionately together? Is that acceptable?
Yeah. Here's what I want to think about that. I think there are other study implications there. I will also say, and I hate to do this, but this would not be consequential until next year.
Okay.
So I might, just given the time crunch here, and I would want to talk through this with our operations folks, and I just don't know if I'm going to be able to do that this week. I might punt this to the subsequent revision request.
Okay.
If we decide that could be allowable. I think we're comfortable with how we have it right now, but I understand the ask, and I would need to get some more comfort around that.
Okay, and then if there was is there a path if a WL pun has been going through the process and then for some reason the gen was not able to show up, but the load was willing to abide by what ERCOT had identified as its ramp? Would that be, do they automatically have to get pulled out of the batch process, or are they able to just stick with what ERCOT had said, this is what you could reliably serve?
I think we need to, we talked about that before. I think we had some initial discomfort with that. I'm willing to continue that discussion, but I think that's probably a post-PGRR 145 discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Martha.
Bill.
I wasn't in for this, but I agree with Michael Jewell that intersect comments have a lot of interesting ideas for BYOG and WL-PUN that I think would be good for batch 1 and later that we should kind of tee up for later. I would be worried about making any changes that jeopardize the implementation of the WL-PUN concept in batch 0. My question was, Jeff, and maybe we just need to wait, is I know ERCOT's planning to file cleanup comments. Are there any substantive changes that ERCOT plans to include in PGRR 145 or 1325, or is we just need to wait and see?
I think we want to take back what we heard today. Before I answer that, I think Ned had a couple of points. I don't know how substantive they are, but on the 9511 on the interconnecting TSP thing, I think that's more than just an errata thing, but it's not super substantive. And also, I understand his point about the standalone. I think the most substantive change would be if we went with I think Blake's proposal. I think we have to talk about that if that would be something that we would want to do.
Okay.
So I think we just need to. I'm trying to be transparent about what I thought I heard today. That I think we need to go back and discuss. Those are the ones off the top of my head. I know Evan and Christine have captured a list. We'll go and talk about those things, but I don't think that we're going to change any major concepts. It's just more trying to, as we've heard discussion today, trying to respond to that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay. Are there any other questions about our next steps and what next week is going to look like? Yeah, Eric.
So you asked for comments to be on top of the ERCOT comments.
Did I? Okay.
I think so. And so just the timing of all that might just be difficult. So we might need some help on market rules in order to coordinate something if there's like ships passing each other in the night and comments being filed.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, the timeline is very short. I mean, it's effectively 3 business days from today. So I think it's very helpful that ERCOT's trying to get their next comments out this week. But to your point, Eric, that doesn't leave a lot of time. But we're at the end of the rope in terms of meetings and voting opportunities. So I just did want to flag that one more time for people. We need to take a vote next Tuesday, ideally, Wednesday at the very latest. Okay. Is there any other business for the group before we wrap up for today? Okay. We will see everybody on Tuesday at 9:30. Thank you.